Good afternoon, all, and welcome to the 20th meeting of the 24th City Council. This meeting will come to order. All councilors are present today via Zoom video conference. We begin every meeting, as we always do, with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And so will you all join the pledge? Folks, will you join us in the pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you'll bear with me, I'll try to lead us in the pledge for Spanish this time, as well as I can. Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. My apologies to our native Spanish speakers who know I did that poorly, but we're all trying to do our best and be a little more inclusive. So it's my turn instead of pawning that off on others this week. Thanks to everybody. As was noted in the press release from our office on Friday and posted on our website and noted on our published council agenda, today's meeting continues the special procedures given the governor's declaration of a public health emergency and extended restrictions on large gatherings. Therefore, this meeting, and quite frankly, all the ones in the near future seem to be, will be held by Zoom video conference. Members of the public, the city staff, and the media have the ability to view our meeting through 3 different platforms, on GovTV, on Comcast 16, the GovTV website, and on YouTube. These live streams can be accessed from almost any smartphone, tablet, or computer. And for those watching on live stream, we welcome you. A quick housekeeping note, occasionally we see that technical glitches beyond our control on some of those platforms will delay or get interrupted. But we post updates on our Twitter page for anyone who's watching. So if we know that one of those outlets is out, you could check us on Twitter. We'll tell you where else you can find us if you're interested. The video recording of this and all past council meetings are also available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Our staff are always available to help Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Just call 768-3100 and we'll tell you how to do that. The council accepts live general public comment as well as written comments. We had both today, and Mr. Moya and Ms. Baca provided those earlier to all the councilors, and we have a few folks in the waiting room scheduled for public comment. We have no proclamations and presentations today, and so with that, we will move straight into general public comment this evening. As was stated earlier, our comment was taken, and we have people signed up to speak. We also received written comments, and councilors have individual emails from constituents accessible from their web forms online. While we're doing some housekeeping things, I'm going to ask our moderators, Ms. Baca and Mr. Moya, to bring everybody in. And when they're ready, I'll give us a few rules of the road and get us started. So we'll just take a quick pause while we get our speakers. Okay, if they come, just join us in. So welcome to the members of the public who have signed up for general public comment. You're in our meeting at this point. And per the rules published on the agenda and on our website on Friday, members of the public have been moved in and you will remain muted until you're called upon to speak. At which point you have up to 1.5 minutes to provide comments. You're not required to use it all, but you can't transfer it to another person. After that 1.5 minutes, your microphone will be muted. You can then, at your own behest, sort of mute your video and remove yourself, or we'll do that for you. Our Zoom moderators have already let everyone in. And for those joining, we welcome you. As I said, you have 1.5 minutes. Comments have to be addressed to the City Council President. We don't allow for debate or conversation back and forth between councilors and individual members of the public unless a councilor has a follow-up question, and any disruptive comment will result in removal from the Zoom meeting. And Mr. Moya and Ms. Baca, I'm going to turn it over to you, and will you moderate our public comment, please?
Our first speaker will be Chris Laranaga, followed by Justin Griffin. Mr. Laranaga, please feel free to put your video on, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you, councilors. Thank you, Councilor Davis. Let me just pull up my my written comments here. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. Okay, once again, thank you, President Davis and Albuquerque City Councilors. This is in regards to R20-98. I want to give appreciation to City Councilor Lance Sena for taking advantage of the opportunity in investing in social workers that have an interest in the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. I have had the privilege to work alongside fellow social worker students in the New Mexico Highlands University Masters in Social Work program, and I see the motivation that these students have in the Albuquerque Community Safety Department. Students in Jacqueline Baldwin's Social Work 608 class is comprised of social workers of varying backgrounds. However, we all have the same interest in assisting Mayor Keller's vision in making this department effective and aiding police officers that need help with those that have the expertise and knowledge, excuse me, in coping with issues such as homelessness, mental illness, domestic violence, and other pressing issues. As social workers, we have a keen insight on how to cope with primary issues in our community that our community faces, such as mental illness and homelessness. In my experience as a social worker, I have seen firsthand the impact that trauma and poverty have on people, and I have also had the privilege to see what a difference services and people can make in the lives of others. In my experience as a case manager under the New Mexico Developmental Disabilities Waiver.
Thank you, Mr. Laranaga. Your time is up, unfortunately.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Justin Griffin. Mr. Griffin, please feel free to turn on your video, unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Mr. Griffin, if you can unmute yourself, please. Thank you. There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Davis, and council members. My name is Justin M. Griffin. I live at 7405 Sandia Glow Court, Albuquerque, up in the Northeast Heights. And I have lived here in this same residence for 18 years. I have been an active voter in all of the elections since we have been here, authorized to vote in. And I have, over the years, noticed there's been such a proliferation of the temporary signs during an election that appear not to be in compliance with the city's ordinance, which I have gone into just in the last week, read a lot about it, studied it, tried to understand it. And then I went out and checked with 3 different locations with a property owner to check and see if they had authorized temporary signs on their property for the election. None of them had approved it, and most of them were unaware that they were on the other side of a wall that backed up to their house. The ordinance says no more than 4 signs are supposed to be on a premises. Yet, in most of these cases, there were anywhere from 15 to 18 signs that would have been covering just 2 properties. So you've probably noticed, and I have noticed it, and a lot of other people have noticed it, that something needs to be done from the standpoint of getting compliance with the city
Thank you, Mr.
ordinance.
Griffin. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see 2 counselors. Mr. Griffin, stay with us just a minute. I see 2 counselors with questions to follow up from our last couple of speakers. Counselor Sena, I regret that I didn't see your hand in time before we called on Mr. Griffin. So we'll go to you first and then to Counselor Ben.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Mine was just in regards to the first speaker, Mr. Laranaga's comments about social workers and his perspective. I know he was just getting into what his class really does, and I think it's really urgent to really hear about that perspective of a social worker and that class and their interest in this new department. So my question's really if he can follow up with his full public comment.
Sure, Counselor. We're going to see if we can get him back in and queue him up. Let me get to Counselor Benton with Mr. Griffin and conclude him, and then we'll try to come back if that's okay. Counselor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks, Mr. Griffin. I did scan your email like today, the last minute. I did see it and I looked through it. I would say first and foremost that certainly if a sign is placed on a property without the owner's permission, that property owner has the right to remove those signs. Furthermore, if people see illegal placement of political signs, the way to deal with it is to make a 311 zoning complaint, and I've done it before myself. Never on my own signs, but always on other people's. No, just kidding. No, but I mean, all kidding aside, you know, I've seen them where they're in the middle of what's called the clear sight triangle at intersections where they actually block visibility of intersections. I've seen them on state highway department right away, a MAFCA drainage right away. All these locations, unless they're permission from the owner, are not legal. So it is kind of a complaint-driven system, as much of zoning is, and this is under the zoning department, as you discovered with your research. And so I encourage people when they see such legal placement to report them. In the past, as far as I know, the planning department will go remove them in some cases. Entities like the highway department or state department of transportation and the AMAFCA, the flood control authority, will also remove them from their property when they see them. But it is kind of a complaint-driven process.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. And thank you, Mr. Griffin, for joining us and attending for that. I want to go now back to Mr. Larrañaga at the request of Councilor Sena, who wanted to have an opportunity through her questions to extend his remarks. Mr. Larrañaga, if you could, we'll give you a few extra minutes to finish your comments about the program to answer Councilor Sena's question about the program.
Sure thing, President Davis. Thank you for the added time. I just wanted to stress that I've been working under the developmental disabilities waiver for about 15 years. It's a New Mexico state program. It has a very holistic approach to treating individuals on a level of person-centered. So it's extremely holistic. And what I really wanted to stress was, as a social worker, I fully understand the impact when say needs are not met for individuals. And I wanted to reference Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And Maslow argued that the failure to have needs met at various stages of the hierarchy could lead to illness, particularly psychiatric illness or mental health issues. Individuals whose physiological needs are not met may die or become extremely ill. When safety nets are not met, needs are not met, post-traumatic stress may occur. Individuals who do not feel love or belong may experience depression or anxiety. Lack of self-esteem or the inability to self-actualize may also contribute to depression or anxiety. Prior to the current pandemic, Albuquerque experienced a 27% increase in homelessness and a 57% increase in chronic homelessness in 2019, according to an Albuquerque Journal article in 2020. So I just wanted to just kind of, again, stress the importance of supporting R2098. And I just want to express a special gratitude and thanks to Councilor Lancena and to all of you fellow city councilors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larrañaga. Councilor Sena, that was in response to your question. I want to, you still have the floor if you have anything further. Otherwise, we'll go to our next speaker.
That was it, President Davis, and I just wanted to recognize and thank the students at New Mexico Highlands University and in the program of Masters in Social Work for really putting in their response and emails in support the new department, as well as the tuition assistance. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Moore.
Our next speaker is Mr. Christopher Ramirez. Please feel free to turn on your video and unmute yourself. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, councilors. My name is Christopher Ramirez. I am thanking City Council President and City Councilors for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to come as a chair and president of the Transit Advisory Board to talk about a recent resolution that we passed asking for the City Council to extend eliminating fares during COVID. Other communities in New Mexico, including Los Alamos, Las Cruces, and Santa Fe, have done this to make sure that drivers and passengers are more safe and avoid contact during COVID. This also addresses the issue of transit equity for bus riders who are dependent on the bus during COVID. This allows them and their families to have access to more resources inside their households. So again, the Transit Advisory Board and myself are calling on the City Council to eliminate fares during COVID, and ideally continuing to look at and explore opportunities for the city of Albuquerque to eliminate fares as a transit equity issue, even after COVID isn't an issue. I want to also bring up that it is our understanding that the city has already received $27 million in CARES Act money for the transit department, and we think that this $27 million more than alleviates the transit fares. Right now, the transit department has seen a reduction of about 50% of riders. And so even though approximate 1.5 million that's collected in fares, which would be for this year of if we want to calculate it on a year basis, 750,000 approximately fares, if it's the same as the reduction in overall riders, would be more than.
Thank you, Mr. Ramirez. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Christopher, hang out with us just a minute. I think Councilor Benton has a question for you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yeah, Christopher, first of all, thanks for serving on the Transit Advisory Board and along with the other members, and for bringing this to us. And Councilor Davis and I have kind of been pushing on this. I know, and maybe this is a question for Mr. Rael, if he's available, or someone from the administration, but my understanding is that CARES Act money, unlike other CARES Act funding, does not expire in the transportation arena. I know that's the case for the Rio Metro Transit District, and I'm pretty sure it is for our transit department. Could we verify that? Or do you know, Mr. Ramirez? You could answer it maybe yourself.
I think
Councilor, I see Mr. Bach is weighing in as well, but go ahead.
And thank you for that question, Councilor Benton. I think you're correct. The administration could probably answer that question better than myself, but Director Holcomb did inform us when he did let us know about the 27 million, was that this department was looking at using part of the funds this fiscal year and saving some of those funds for the following fiscal year as well, which made sense to us on the Transit Advisory Board to distribute those funds accordingly. But again, what we want to say is those CARES Act funds, which we know other departments have done, have gone to alleviate expenses in this fiscal year for people most impacted, like transit dependent bus riders.
Thank you. And we certainly, Mr. President, I'll let the administration respond, but that without question, this makes sense. I mean, we're trying to maintain confidence in our transit system, and I think we're doing a pretty good job with that. But the whole thing of dealing with paying fares is obviously a challenge in terms of the pandemic. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And Mr. Bacta, I saw you come off mute, and so when we mention money, I always want to give you a chance to weigh in if you want to elaborate on those points there.
Council President and councilors, I would just add that it's true that this money doesn't expire. However, it is non-recurring. It's one-time money. So that's all I wanted you to be aware of. And we also have our budget officer, Lawrence Davis, if he wants to weigh in more details. Lawrence, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjay. And Mr. Bhakta's right, it does not expire, and we did receive 27.3 million. And again, the important part is it's non-recurring funding, so it's one-time funding.
Thank you all. And Councilor Benton, that was your question, so you have the floor if you have a follow-up. Otherwise, we'll move to our next speaker. And thank you, Mr. Ramirez.
Mr. President.
Mr. Ramirez, it's always good to see you. Thank you for your service on the advisory board.
Thank you all, and be well and have a good day.
Mr. Moya and Ms. Bach. Next.
Mr. President, we had 2 more people signed up to speak, but they haven't joined the meeting. So that concludes public comment.
Thank you. And for the rest of our guests that are joining us for items on the agenda later, we're going to move you back to the waiting room. And so while they do that, we'll take a 15-second technical break here, and then we'll move into the rest of our agenda. Thanks, folks. Thanks for the patience. We're trying to do things a little cleaner over here so that we can keep us together. We have all told about a little over 40 people participating in our meeting tonight because of budget. So it just takes us a little longer to be sure we get everybody in the right places. And we could not do it without Mr. Moya and Ms. Baca tonight. So we're letting them take the lead. A couple of housekeeping things for folks following along on the agenda tonight. As we always try to do, we're going to try to take a dinner break sometime around 5 to 5:30. And that will be before we get into the substantive items on our agenda relating to the budget and final action, I suspect, because we have some other things. So if you're here for those items, you might be free to come back and join us after our 5 or 5:30 dinner break. So just for folks who are watching there, other than that, we will do the city's budget as scheduled in the agenda at the end of the meeting this evening, so that we're not rushed to get other items and other guests out of the way. So for those of you who are here only for the city's budget, I assure you we won't get to that before our dinner break. And so you're welcome to come back and join us at any time after that 5 or 5:30 dinner break. This evening, we don't have any economic development discussions. The counselors did not submit any questions for administration Q&A ahead of time, but we always open the floor in case somebody has last minute questions or items. And so I'll do that now. Counselors, if you have any questions for the administration, use your raise the hand button and we will give you the floor. I see Counselor Senna has availed herself of that. And so we will give her the floor. Madam Counselor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I know in the past council meeting, I had a lot of questions for Parks and Rec about trash pickup and our open space as well. But this one's actually in recognition of Parks, the Parks Department, and a constituent of mine who is always on top of Presidio Park, which I'm very grateful for, wanted to extend his gratitude to Matt Marquez within the Parks Department and really keeping up with that park, and really to extend their appreciation after going on a field trip of all of our parks to ensure that it's well kept, that especially noting West Bluff Park, we've gotten a lot of constituents complimenting the Parks Department and appreciating them for that. So I just wanted to note our constituents' appreciation of keeping up with the parks. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. And I know Parks directors are in here somewhere, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to hear from them if they don't pipe up there. There we go. Somebody from the mayor's conference room.
Yeah, Council President and Councilor Pena, I appreciate your comment, and if I see Director Simon, please weigh in.
Yeah, actually, I think that was Councilor Senna, and so Director Simon.
Council President and Councilor Senate, thank you very much. We really appreciate the hard work of our frontline employees, and I will pass on those very kind words.
Thanks, Director. I know we'll be back to you a little bit later as well. Councilors, any other items, Q&A for the administration? Going once, going twice, and we are good. Everybody's off the hook for that one. Madam Vice President, I think you have a motion, Councilor Gibson, relating to the journal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the journal from, hold on. Very sorry.
I think it's October 5th, if I recall, Madam Vice President.
Okay, I'll move the journal from October 5th.
Thank you. And Councilor Senna has offered a second. Councilors, any other discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilors, we have a couple of fast and furious motions here, so I'll ask you to stay with us for just a second. Are there, councilors, any changes to the letter of introduction? There were none recorded. Any councilors, any last minute changes? Seeing none, Madam Vice President, for the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move approval of the letter of introduction.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson, you're on a roll. Would you start us with committees?
Absolutely. Thank you. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, October 12th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 152, that receipt be noted. In the matter of EC 165, EC 166, EC 167, and EC 174, that they be approved. In the matter of R 105, that it do pass. In the matter of R 107, that it do pass as amended and be acted on at the meeting at which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I see a couple of seconds, including Councilor Benton. Thank you, Councilor. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, would you call them?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of the Whole met on Thursday, October 15th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of O37 and R99, that they do pass as amended and be acted on at the meeting at which they are reported. In the matter of R98, that it do pass as substituted and amended and be acted upon at the meeting at which it is reported. And in the matter of R85, that it do pass and be acted on at the meeting at which it is reported. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
Thank you, councilors, and I'll make a second for that. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you call the vote?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna. Councilor Senna. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you, councilors. Next up, we have deferrals and withdrawals. And so I have a couple of motions here and be sure that we don't have any others. Councilors, I move a deferral until November 2nd for EC 144, which is on tonight's, I believe is on consent agenda. The mayor's recommendation of award to the New Mexico Biopark Society for Biopark admissions. I move a deferral. Thank you, Councilor Benton. Councilors, any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, call the vote, please.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yeah.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Deferred 9-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also move a deferral to November 2nd for OC 10, which is the appointment of Mr. Wilton Rogers III to the AGO committee. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Counselor Gibson. Seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, for the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Deferred 9-0.
Thank you. Councilors, OC 11 is a selection of the city auditor. The candidate is withdrawn from consideration, and so I move a withdrawal of OC 11. Thank you, Counselor Sena. Seeing no discussion, Madam Clerk, to call the vote, please.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Councilors, any other deferrals or withdrawals?
Mr.
Counselor Gibson, I believe you have something there.
Mr. President?
Counselor Gibson, go.
Okay, thank you. I do have a deferral on Committee Sub 028, repealing the City of Albuquerque Code of Ordinances, also called the Pawnbroker Ordinance. I would like a deferral until November 2nd.
Counselor Gibson, a point of order, if I may, just to clarify from my agenda. Are you going to have a committee sub or a floor sub for this before we defer?
We are, so we should probably move the floor sub.
Yes, ma'am. If it's okay with you, can we do that when we get to final actions, just to keep our agenda together? We'll just put a pin in that motion for a second.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And councilors, any other items on the agenda for deferral or withdrawal? So, Madam Clerk, we'll make a note to do that when we get to our final actions, if you'll remind us. Thank you. For our consent agenda this evening, councilors, are there any changes to the consent agenda? For those of you on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on boards or commissions and who might be watching from home, we thank you very much. One of these days, we'd like to invite you down in person so we can say thank you. But until then, just please take our thanks, and we appreciate your service to our city. I also just want to acknowledge and say thank you to the folks in the mayor's office who've been working to get us more of these items so that we can move them to consent and move them through the process, sort of post our COVID delays. And so I appreciate the work in the administration lately to help us do that. Any other discussion on consent? Seeing none, Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Councilor. I'm going to interrupt you. I apologize. Councilor Borrego raised her hand for a motion, I think. Oh, I think she's going to second what you're doing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Gibson.
All right, I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
And Councilor Borrego, thanks for being ahead of me. I appreciate it. Councilor Borrego's got the second. And Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Councilors, moving quickly to announcements. Councilor Sena, I believe you have an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. There will be a Public Safety Committee meeting on Tuesday, October 27th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Thank you. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Albuquerque Bernalillo County Government Commission meeting scheduled for Thursday, October 22nd is canceled.
Thank you. Councilors, any other discussion or announcements? Seeing none. Mr. Melendrez, you're on deck. Councilors, we're going to move next to our public hearings. AC 20-9, the JAG Planning and Zoning Agents for Jesus Apodaca appeal the zoning hearing examiner's decision. Before we move this motion, I'm going to ask Mr. Melendrez to move in to explain the appeal. Mr. Melendrez, are you with us?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I am. The This matter is an appeal from the zoning hearing examiner. There was a request for a conditional use permit in the Santa Barbara Martinez Town area of the city. Essentially, a property owner owns approximately half acre off of Broadway. That property is zoned MXM. The property is currently used in part as a construction office, but also has some construction material storage going on at the site. The construction material storage is not permitted, and office use is permitted at that site, but the storage is not. So the applicant came in for a conditional use permit to try to get a self-storage approval at the site. The zoning hearing examiner considered that self-storage request and ultimately denied that request based on a determination that the policies of the comprehensive plan for that area did not actually support the proposed use. In order to get a conditional use permit approved, it has to be demonstrated by an applicant that the proposed use is consistent with policies of the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing examiner determined that this particular use was not consistent with the comprehensive plan at this location and denied it. That decision was appealed to council through the land use hearing officer. The land use hearing officer reviewed the ZHE and recommends that the ZHE be confirmed with respect to that denial. The land use hearing officer also found the findings supported with respect to the comprehensive plan and the concept that the comp plan does not support this conditional use permit for self-storage at this location. The land use hearing officer also identified sort of a secondary independent basis for denying this particular request. And that is that if the outdoor storage component is approved at this site, that in conjunction with the construction office would effectively turn the use into a contractor's yard, which is a defined term in the IDO. And under no circumstance are contractor's yards permitted in the MXM zone. So the LUHO determined that not only did the ZHE correctly deny the request based on the comprehensive plan policies, but also that the request could not be approved in this zone without violating the underlying MXM requirements. This matter is before the City Council tonight for you to determine whether to accept or reject the recommendation of the land use hearing officer to deny the conditional use permit. If you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them based on the material in the record. If you determine that you cannot accept the land use hearing officer's recommendation at this time, then we'll schedule this for a hearing, a full hearing before the council at a subsequent time so you can get a little more information.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. I appreciate it. Councilors, do we have a motion? I see Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings.
Councilor Bassan has offered a second on the motion. I think other councilors will as well. Councilors, any discussion on the motion on the floor? Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask, well, my understanding is the neighborhood supported our process thus far in this. Is that correct, Mr. Melendez?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, yes, a component of the impacted neighborhood, the Santa Barbara Martinez Town Work Group did participate in this particular process since the zoning hearing examiner and was permitted to participate at the LUHO level as well, all in opposition to the conditional use permit and in supporting the findings and recommendation of the land use hearing officer.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I want to appreciate the neighborhood for their vigilance on this and their support for the process that is established, and also the fact that zones such as MXM are typically adjacent to residential neighborhoods, and we know that the Santa Barbara Martinez Town is a unique part of town where there's a kind of a crazy quilt mix of zoning. There was before, and under the IDO, there still remains a certain aspect of that in Santa Barbara Martinez Town, which we all know we want to continue to work to correct. But I do appreciate their support for that. And I'm reminded, and I just wanted to ask Mr. Melendez about this. I think this is about roughly the fourth appeal we've had under the IDO with regard to issues that affected neighborhood commercial uses and protections, in some cases added protections that were provided within the IDO. Is that correct, Mr. Melendres?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, that is correct. Through last year and this, we've seen a series of requests come through, largely in the form of conditional use permits, attempting to get commercial uses in pretty much residential areas. And those have been denied or remanded by the city council and the land use hearing officer based on requirements of the IDO and the comp plan that are relatively new, that exist because of the IDO and because of the comprehensive plan updates.
Thanks. Yeah, I do recall those. In some cases, in this case, it seems like the hearing officer and the LUHO were all in agreement, so that's great. In other cases, in the past, of course, we've overturned some previous decisions, but I think that system is working. I just want to, we've been beating this drum for a while and answering many questions for some time since the IDO was adopted. But I just wanted to make that point. And in this case, I'm certainly going to support the motion. And we're the backstop. The council ultimately is the backstop, but there are multiple levels along the way where communities can and should be heard with regard to people who are trying to push the limits. In this case, this zone more or less replaced neighborhood commercial, and this provides, this illustrates, I think, that we have protections that we're going to stand behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other discussion from the council on the motion on the floor, which is to accept the LUHO recommendations and findings? Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was that, Councilor? I didn't hear it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0.
Just a second, Councilor. Thank you. Councilor, my apologies, we had a brief break here. Councilor Gibson, we're going to move on to your item now, which is R107 and final action. I'm sorry. Yeah, let's do that really quickly. Then we'll go to our open space item. Councilor Gibson, you had asked us to take this early because you have some special guests that have some other commitments later in the agenda. And so Councilor Gibson, R107, and then we'll go to our open space question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for making this allowance for us. R107 is making findings in connection with the resolution of Winrock Town Center Tax Increment Development District 1, authorizing the issuance and sale of subordinate lien tax increment bonds, ratifying and approving the issuance and sale of the bonds, Series 2020, and authorizing amendments to the operations agreement and the construction agreement previously entered into by the city with respect to such district. I will move a do pass. And Mr. President, we do have some people who can answer questions regarding this bill, should they need to be answered.
Thank you. And I see a number of our guests. For the record, Councilor Borrego offered the second and the clerk took that. I see we have a number of guests, and for the record, Councilor Bassan had some technical problems and will be right back with us. So we're going to continue this conversation until she can rejoin us. And so, Madam Vice President, I'll let you recognize your guest as you see fit. And I see Councilor Jones has a question. So however you'd like to proceed.
All right. Maybe we could start with Councilor Jones' question.
Yes. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Councilor and Mr. President. I just wanted to say hello to Jill Sweeney. whenever we see her in here, that means we're going to try to do something good for the city. So Jill, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Counselor.
Ms. Sweeney, you should put that on your resume. That would be
So,
good.
Mr. President, would it be the pleasure of the council to get a brief summary of this, or, okay, I see some nods, so.
I do as well, Counselor. So yeah, if you'd like to have somebody explain it, and also Counselor Bassan is back with us now, so we can move forward however we'd like.
Oh, good, that's great timing. So Ms. Sweeney, would you mind doing a recap of what this resolution does? Please?
Certainly, Counselor. You have before you the city resolution approving a subordinate lien bond transaction for the benefit of the Winrock TID and the completion of certain infrastructure within the district, including the Ring Road. You'll recall that you reviewed this transaction, as did FGO and the debt committee back in January. Subsequent to that time, the world changed, as we all know, and that transaction was put on hold. We're back with you now for a piece of that transaction, the subordinate lien only piece, in order to finish certain infrastructure, specifically the roadway and the park that has been promised to particular tenants. The project has been reviewed, scaled down project has been reviewed again by FGO and by the debt committee, and the district is ready with your blessing to go forward with the sale of the bonds, moving toward a closing prior to the end of November.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney. Counselor Gibson, you still have the floor, and if there are no other questions, we'll leave it to you to close as well, if you'd like to recognize other guests. Counselor Gibson, we're not able to hear you. Would you check your microphone, please?
Sorry about that, Mr. President. I should know after all these months to check that. So I think that I'm ready to close unless there are other questions from council or the administration.
No, ma'am. Seeing none, we'll take that as a close and ask the clerk to call the vote.
Thank you.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you,
Thank you all.
counselors, and thank you, Counselor Gibson, and thank you for helping us with that. And Ms. Sweeney, thank you for your participation. We appreciate it. Counselors, we're going to now go back to our approvals, item D, which is OC 12, the appointment of a member to the Open Space Board. If you're following along, we're actually going to take a step backwards and go back a page in your counselor packet. But since we had not yet taken up this motion, I will make, let me get it started since we have two competing issues here. Thank you. Ms. Schultz, I'm going to give you the floor or bring you in for just a minute. Would you please explain? This is a little bit of an unusual process for an appointment. And then we have counselors, we have an unusual process, or not unusual, but one that we don't use very often in terms of voting for competing candidates for a position. And so we'll ask the clerk to explain that and Ms. Schultz to explain that as well. So Ms. Schultz, would you give us a little background, and then we'll talk about how to vote, and then we'll proceed to do that.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. President and Councilors. So OC 2012 is a selection for a candidate to the Open Space Advisory Board. At present, there is only one vacant seat on the Open Space Advisory Board. However, councilors have put forth two names. And in the instance that that happens, the council rules dictate that you choose a candidate via a ballot voting method. If we were in person, I believe the clerk of the council would typically walk a ballot up to the dais for you all to fill out. But because we are here remote today, we have come up with a different procedure to get this done. Before I get into that procedure, the two candidates for tonight are Ms. Tasha Young, who currently serves on the Open Space Advisory Board. It is her seat that is vacant. She is up for reappointment. And also Ms. Kay, and I would love to ask Ms. Kay to clarify the pronunciation of her last name for us. That way myself or any other counselors don't butch it horribly. Ms. Kay, can you go ahead and unmute yourself and tell us how you pronounce your last name?
Sure. Hi, it's so good to see everybody and thank you for having me. My last name is Bunke.
Bunku, thank you so much. So these are our two candidates for this evening, and as you can see, we have both candidates here. Their full biographies are in the staff write-up and the staff report that was presented to the counselors over the weekend. I will not go into the details of their biographies as you all were able to read those over the weekend, but if you have questions for the candidates, they are here. When we get to the time of voting, this is the procedure that we have discussed moving forward with. This agenda item will be tabled to give counselors an opportunity to send an email to Ms. Crystal Ortega. In this email that each counselor should send, they will outline their first and second choice. So they will need to include both names in the email with a number 1 or a number 2 next to them. While this item is tabled, Ms. Ortega will tally those votes and make the president aware of when those votes have been tallied. We will then bring this agenda item back up for consideration, and Ms. Ortega will announce who received the most number 1 slot votes. With that said, I will take any questions that the counselors might have about the candidates, the Open Space Advisory Board's roles, or the voting procedure for tonight.
Ms. Schultz, thank you. Very well done. You explained it all in one set there. I see Councilor Gibson raised her physical hand, and then behind her are Councilor Pena and Councilor Sena. And so I'll start with Councilor Gibson for questions. And I also want to, counselors, I want to give the candidates an opportunity to address us. They have some prepared remarks. And so I will, but I'll start with counselors first if they have questions about process, and then we'll come back to questions for the candidates. But Councilor Gibson, go ahead if you have a question about process. I'm just trying to break this out a little bit so we keep it pretty clean. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to recognize both nominees and thank them for their intent to give good service to the city. Both of them are very qualified, and I just want to express my gratitude. I think whenever anybody wants to help the city and in the expertise that they've developed, I think this is a wonderful thing. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I see Councilor Pena and Councilor Sena. And again, we're going to take first questions about process. We'll let the candidates speak, and then we'll come back and let every counselor ask questions. But Councilor Pena, do you have a question about process? And I apologize for breaking that up and being confusing.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure what process you're talking about. I guess this does relate to it. I just wanted to know, it's difficult to really get people to want to serve on our boards and commissions to begin with. I'm pretty, happy with Miss Young that she's been willing to serve all this time. But to see Kay here and knowing that we just kind of passed that, diversity on our boards and commissions, it's kind of difficult to, it's kind of unfortunate that we have two people here in front of us. So is this typical, or I guess it's happened before? I'm trying to remember.
I want to ask Ms. Yara to weigh in here just because she was discussing this with us earlier about sort of process and commonality. Ms. Yara, would you help us to address that question about how often we have this or the normal process for filling vacancies like this?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you, and counselors. So this situation has happened maybe twice in my tenure with council over the last 10 or 11 years. Normally there's usually an incumbent who is willing to get reappointed. In this case, Councilor Sena has her appointee as well, and there's nothing to say that she can't also bring forth an appointee. in the past, when this has happened, it usually has related to either the AGO committee or the inspector general or city auditor positions that are appointed by the council. And in the most recent case I remember, there were two candidates. We actually had a tie vote, and we had to flip a coin to see who would be the appointee. So this doesn't happen very often. And the council rules have laid this process out for us when it does.
Thank you, Ms. Yara. I'm sorry, Councilor Pena, go ahead.
I follow up with that. So just a quick question. I'm not sure how long Ms. Young has served on the open space board. I would be interested to hear that. And then I'm also interested to hear how diverse that board is, because unfortunately, you know, I should say I'm bummed. That's a quote. I say a bunch of things and then I get quoted as I'm bummed. But there's you know, I'm interested in the diversity, because I think this is a great opportunity to start there, you know, with no disrespect to Ms. Young. So
thank you, Councilor. We'll let Ms. Young address her service in her statement in a minute, and we'll be able to respond. But I do want to let Ms. Schultz address your question about diversity on the board, if you know. Ms. Schultz, you've been working on this issue. Could you tell us if you know?
Yeah, Mr. President and Councilor Pena, I can go ahead and answer the first question pretty quickly as well, which is Ms. Young was first appointed to this board in 2017. So she served her first 4-year term and is eligible for another 4-year term. As for the diversity of the board, I am trying to think off the top of my head who the members are. I'm not sure off the top of my head, Councilor Pena, but I think I could probably get that information for you pretty quickly if I had a couple minutes to do some Googling of the membership to refresh my memory.
Ms. Schultz, the list is in the staff write-up of current members, if that might help. And so, Councilor Pena, I don't want to take the floor away from you if you want to follow up, but perhaps we could ask Ms. Schultz to research and do some more, and we'll come back after the candidates have a chance to speak. Okay,
that would be good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I am looking at that list. So if you'd like me to talk about the names who are on that list right now, I can go ahead and do it. So we have Mr. Don Meters, who is a Caucasian male, Michael Sisko, who is also a Caucasian male, Barbara Taylor, who is a Caucasian female, Scott Forrester, who I am not sure what he would self-identify as his ethnicity, but he is male. Taylor Bowie, our most recent appointee, who is a person of color and a male, and Miss Twyla McComb, and I'm also not sure how she would self-identify with her ethnicity as well, but she's a female.
Thank you. Councilor Pena, any follow-up at this time?
No, thank you.
Thank you. So next I have Councilor Sena, Councilor Harris, Councilor Borrego, Councilor Bassan, and councilors, remember, we want to give the candidates a chance to speak, but if you have a question about this general process and the board, now is a great time to do that with staff. Councilor Harris, you were next.
Yes, Mr. President. I understood that there was kind of Councilor Gibson had actually sort of given the go-ahead for Councilor Sena to put someone forward, and then they kind of realized that there's someone who could be reappointed. So there's sort of so it wasn't actually that Councilor Sena did not initially intend to put up someone competing, but put the name forward, and then after the fact, the incumbent put her name in. Is that, I mean, can someone clarify that process?
Sure, I think that's actually a good segue. Councilor Sena had her hand up and I bypassed her. I apologize. So Councilor Sena, if you want to respond, perhaps, and then we'll let Councilor Gibson respond. We'll go back to Councilor Harris if he has any follow-up, and then we'll go to you, ma'am, for your new question. But Councilor Sena.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Yeah, actually, my comment was to actually clarify as to why I put this name forward. I made a good faith effort in knowing that there was this vacancy and that it only said a vacancy. And so hearing that I put forward this name, then upon discovering that it was actually someone for a reappointment, I reached out to Councilor Gibson, said that, you know, I have this individual, a young woman of color, whom I'd like to appoint on Open Space Advisory. I think there was some confusion there, but she said to go ahead. So I did put that name forward. And then there was the discovery that Ms. Young did want to seek that reappointment. So really, we just put two names forward because of that. And, you know, we always try to make, to avoid this process. So I did make the concerted effort to reach out. And, you know, I do appreciate both candidates for submitting their names and going through the process, because of course we always hope to fill our boards and commissions and thank them for their service, because it is a public service. But that's pretty much what happened and why we put the 2 names forward.
Thank you. I want to give the floor to Councilor Gibson if you want to respond on that question. We'll go back to Councilor Harris if he has any follow-up, and then we'll get back to the list of councilors with new questions. Councilor Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So there, as I recall, this started out with 2 terms ending. And we had, I think, appointed and confirmed Mr. Taylor Bowie. But at the time I got the call from Councilor Senna, that was sometime after that, and I just kind of forgot about Mr. Bowie. But I had gotten a question, an email question from Ms. Taja Young, and indicating she'd like to a reappointment. I said, sure, go ahead and to pursue that. But when I got when Councilor Senna and I talked, I think there was a very simple but unfortunate misunderstanding, because when we were talking about that, I remember asking, so is this an open seat? And an open seat to me meant it wasn't being pursued for a reappointment. And so that was, and certainly I understand that Councilor Senna's understanding of an open seat was not that. So that was just the crux of this. And you know, I'm sorry for this awkwardness. I really am, but I think, you know, the best thing we can do is just go ahead and take the vote as is prescribed for us, and you know, certainly hope that both of these very fine women will continue to still want to help serve the city in whatever way that they like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gibson. Councilor Harris, that was your question. Just want to be sure you don't have any follow-up, and he's good. So we'll go to the next councilor, Councilor Borrego, then Councilor Benton, and then we'll let the candidates give a brief statement about themselves and any follow-ups from councilors. So Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that for all of us counselors, this is a really good problem to have, is to have people that are interested in serving on our boards and commissions. And, you know, I just found out about kind of the sort of crux of this matter, confusion early this afternoon. And I read both of their experience, and they're both highly educated. They're both people that have, I think, in the good of their heart. I don't know either one of them, and I look forward to listening to them, but I think they're wanting to do what's best for our city. It's, as I said, it's a good problem for us to have, is to have people that are interested. And regardless of who we appoint today, I think that it's important that we possibly look for positions for the person who wasn't appointed that they might be able to serve in a really and contribute in a really positive way. So, you know, I want to just ahead of the matter thank both of these people, both of these qualified individuals for wanting to help our city.
Councilor Borrego, thank you. And I'll just take the privilege of the chair and remind folks that we're recruiting for a number of boards and commissions, including the Ethics Board, the Police Oversight Agency, AGO, and others, and a number of others that come down both from council and from the mayor. And that's an excellent point. Councilor Senna, you were next, then Councilor Benton, then Councilor Gibson. If she had something else, then we will go back to the speakers. So Councilor Senna.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I just want to make it clear that I made that concerted effort, and it wasn't through my understanding or not of what open vacancy means. I made that effort in saying that my understanding was there was someone that was up for reappointment. I asked if that individual was still being considered, and with the understanding that they weren't, I put Ms. Bunku's name forward. So, you know, it is just a big misunderstanding. And I want to note that I've also asked Helen Maestas through the mayor's office that deals with our boards and commissions for all vacancies, so that confusions doesn't arise where the situation may come about again. So hopefully we understand whose vacancies are up and whose reappointments may be up, so that this situation doesn't come about again, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Benton.
Yeah, just as the sponsor of the open space bill that kind of changed this nominating process a few years back, I really want to echo what Councilor Borrego said, which is this is although it may be awkward, this is a really good problem to have. And I really appreciate the interest of both Ms. Young to serve her second term, and Ms. Bunkaya, hopefully I had it right, Ms. Bunkaya, to get involved in open space, because it's something that's dear to my heart, and it's great to see people who are enthusiastic about it. So I just wanted to say that it does seem like just kind of a bit of confusion here. And just so the public knows, the way we set this up a few years ago is we did alternating. This didn't used to be the case. The mayor just appointed members of the board, and the council had advice and consent. We changed that to say that there would be alternating appointments between the council and the mayor. And early on, it was like, well, we need to find our appointment. And then the mayor had to go find his appointment. Whereas now we've got people who are really interested in our open space system and policy, which, as we know, the open space system in Albuquerque is one of the finest in the country. And we appreciate this interest, and certainly want to hear from both the candidates now, so I'll get out of the way and let them speak.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. Seeing no other questions from the councilors about this process, I will yield the floor to our two candidates, both Ms. Young and Ms. Bunko, to give us a brief background on why they want to serve, and then we will move on to voting if councilors have no follow-up. So Ms. Young, we'll begin with you. Would you tell us a little bit about your interest? And I understand you have some remarks for councilors ahead of our vote. Welcome, and thanks for joining us in this odd time and weird way. Actually, Ms. Young, we're not able to hear you. There we go. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I think I can do this in 1 minute. I have already sent you background information. I know that you have that. I've contacted each of you individually and your policy analysts. That was a wonderful learning experience for me. I am interested in serving a second 2-year term. And I wanted to just tell you quickly 3 things I thought I'd particularly like to do if I am reappointed. I am on the new Integrated Development Ordinance Subcommittee, and I think that is perhaps one of the most important new vehicles for transparency that the city has, and the Open Space Advisory Board can play an important role as part of that conversation between developers, neighborhood association, and the city itself. And number 2, I'm going to talk more often to my counselor about the things that the Open Space Advisory Board is doing, just because I know she's interested, and I think that's a way in which I would be active in a new way. And finally, I'm vice chair of the board. I'm there to support the chair. Twyla is a wonderful chair. She's a branch bank manager. And as a result of the pandemic, her schedule is very often unpredictable. And so that's just part of my role too, to be there when she needs anything from me. And then just finally, I'm here to answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Young, thank you. And thank you for being so concise and brief. We're going to let Ms. Bunko speak next, and then we'll let councilors ask those questions. Kay, go ahead.
Hi, thank you all again. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. Ms. Young was so brief. I'm going to spend a little bit more time just because I want you to get the chance to know me a little bit more. So my family came from Laos as displaced people and came to New Mexico as refugees, as immigrants, and as undocumented. And they lived in all those different statuses throughout my childhood. I myself grew up in Albuquerque. I was born here. This has always been my home. And public lands and open space and parks have always been a place of sanctuary for me, especially as somebody who, for a lot of New Mexicans, look very foreign and they're not necessarily sure if I'm from here or what my background is. It's always been such a calming presence for me to be able to go outside, and it's just been a part of who I am. So I just have such a deep love and appreciation for that. I did go to the University of Michigan. My background is in public health. And when I came back to New Mexico, I served as a staffer at the New Mexico Asian Family Center, which I then became the executive director of for a number of years. And it was a place that I called home. I felt so much identity and belonging there. And the community building as part of my role was really the most critical piece for me of really thinking about how do we build beloved community across Albuquerque for all people, regardless of where they're from. And that to me just continues to resonate in everything that I do. I'm currently a WK Kellogg Fellow, working on racial equity across the nation, but more specifically within the state. And I'm also doing a number of things through my new job at the Wilderness Society, which I just came on in April, really looking at federal public lands as part of the climate and extinction crisis solution. And through some of that, one of the things I started recently with Senator Heinrich's office is a critical friends group. So really looking at how do we bring together leaders of color across environment, across environmental justice and conservation to really uplift those voices in spaces that are very much white dominated and led. So that's been a really cool piece of what I've been hoping to champion in these last few months. Throughout our work, we've really also been looking at how do we get people in Albuquerque to the outdoors. What does that look like? How does transit play a role in that? And how does access overall look for communities who don't necessarily get that opportunity, or it may be unsafe for them to do so. So a lot of the access piece is what I'm looking forward to having discussions with the board on. And then also, how do you embrace community and all those pieces to make sure that they're engaged as well and have a say as to what happens in their open spaces. The things that I'm looking forward to are things that, as some of you may know, right, federal impacts state and impacts local. So there's a lot of ties there. But the Land Water Conservation Fund was fully funded in this last session. So that's a lot of excitement for so many of us in thinking through how do we leverage federal dollars to really support municipalities in acquiring and maintaining open space and our parks and everything else that we have. As part of that, we're also trying to sit on the SCORP process. So it's the statewide comprehensive outdoor recreation, which is a requirement of applying for LWCF funds for the state to the federal government. And so it is also thinking about how does the city of Albuquerque align with the state SCORP, the vision of New Mexico for state acquisition of lands, and how do we partner with entities like the New Mexico State Land Office and the Trust for Public Lands. The last thing I want to talk about too is really just thinking about other funding sources. So how do we think about the Open Space Trust Fund? How do we leverage LWCF? How do we look at things like the Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership Program? And then the newly established Outdoor Equity Fund through the state of New Mexico, and thinking through how so many of our local community organizations actually got that money this year, and how can they also play a role in supporting the city and what they're looking to do. the thing that excites me also is the co-management piece, right? And we've seen this in things like the petroglyphs open space. How does the National Park Service work with the city of Albuquerque to really look at land management so that it's not a burden to any entity, but it really is about protecting the land for access to future generations? And then also, how do we work with our indigenous communities as well as all communities of color and everybody across our great city to really get them engaged in a very, very meaningful way. And it's not just a check the box kind of thing. Lastly, just a big, big thank you for, and this was referenced earlier, but the equity resolutions you all pass, regardless if it's me for this open space position or following up with Ms. Young, and so grateful for her service. I think it really is an awesome thing and a good thing and a step in the right direction that we have institutional change and racial equity and really thinking through what does inclusion look like, what does meaningful engagement look like, and how can we do better as a city. So I just really thank you all. I'm very humbled that you've given me the time to talk, and it's really a pleasure to speak to you all today. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, I want to open the floor for one more round of questions for the individual candidates or any other follow-up comments. And if we have none, then we'll move into our special voting procedure. So councilors, first call, last call for any other follow-up or comments. Councilor Senna.
I just, again, really appreciate the both of them for being in this awkward position, but again, a good position because we get to have this conversation among our appointees, which doesn't always happen. So I really do appreciate that. And, you know, I was able to talk to both candidates before this to get some clarification as to how they view open space. But I just wanted to give an opportunity to Ms. Young to kind of speak a little bit more. I mean, for me, my vision and seeing about our open space expansion and areas that could be potentially viewed as open space in the future, I see it more going westward, so impacting especially in my district. Is there anything that you would like to chime or ways that you can possibly leverage funding to support our open space, or if you're willing to talk about the trust fund and your willingness to tap into that to purchase more land, or what's your view on that?
Ms. Young?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor. One of the things we're talking about on the Open Space Board right now is the extent to which an individual can speak for the board, and when it's appropriate to do that. The issues that are raised are certainly issues that we are considering. The best use of the funds that we have, how to leverage funding. We are lucky enough to have more open space, I believe, than any other city in the United States. I think was one of the first things I heard when I was appointed to the board. But that doesn't mean that we're always making the best use of our funding. I don't have a personal philosophy related to the use of open space. I think I'm still learning a whole lot. The integrated development ordinance is, which was enacted just before I came on the board, is a wonderful tool. I think that one other thing I want to say is that I've really welcomed the opportunity to work with the City of Albuquerque folks, including the council representatives. They have done a wonderful job. The board is, and the advisory board has excellent staff, and I have learned a whole lot from them. But other than listening to people, making the best use of the money, recognizing also that this is public money, being responsive to the public. I don't have a personal philosophy to expound. If I'm not a clear answer to the question, I'd be happy to respond to any other questions.
Ms. Young, thank you. Councilor Senna, that was your question. If you have any follow-up, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next councilor.
You can move on to the next councilor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pena.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification. Somebody said a 4-year term, and then I heard Ms. Young say she'd be appreciative to serve in a 2-year term. And I just want clarification on that, and then I may have a follow-up question based on that.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, I'm sorry, both of those numbers are actually incorrect. I think I said 4 years and Ms. Young said two years. I just checked the enabling ordinance for the Open Space Advisory Board, and it's a 3-year term.
3-year term? Mr.
Yes.
President, sorry. Yeah, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, and is it a limit in terms of 3-year terms, or is it can go on beyond that?
Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, appointees are eligible for 2 consecutive terms, and that's it.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then my next question is, Ms. Young said she serves on the IDO committee. Does Kay serve, because I'm not going to butcher her last name, does Kay serve on another committee, or would this be the first time?
Yeah, Ms. Schultz, you want to clarify? I believe Ms. Young was mentioning a subcommittee of the Open Space Advisory Board, but Ms. Schultz, can you clarify for us?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, that's correct. That's a special working technical group comprised of Open Space Advisory Board members who look specifically at issues and potential recommendations related to the Integrated Development Ordinance.
Mr. President, thank you, Shanna.
Yeah. Thank you, councilors. Councilor Jones, you're recognized next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any questions. I just have a correction here. I think if I had gone through all the years of classes and everything it took to have a doctor in front of my name, I would like to be called doctor. So Dr. Young, thank you for your patience with us, and my apologies for our not recognizing your education. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Thanks for recognizing that. Councilors, Councilor Benton, and then councilors, I'll make this the last call for comments or questions for the speakers, and if there are none, we'll move on to our voting. But Councilor Benton, you're the last I see in our list.
Yes, just quickly, with regard to the way we set up the committees with 2-term limits. My philosophy has always been that if someone is on the board who is very active, who is engaged and working hard for the board, I tend to support that person. But I'm thrilled that we've got another really qualified candidate. And I guess I just wanted to verify, I think the next appointment would be the mayor's appointment, and that it would be in 21. Is that correct, Ms. Schultz?
Ms. Schultz.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, yes, that's correct. The next vacancy will occur September 1st, 2021, and it will be the mayor's turn to choose an appointee.
And I would certainly support Ms. Bunkaya for that position, considering her very good qualifications. And the interest in the Land Water Conservation Fund, of course, is really, well, I'm sure the whole board is focused on that and the opportunities that presents to leverage federal with local money. And hats off to Senator Heinrich for pushing on that, and a bipartisan majority of Congress for supporting it, and even my president, I guess I can call him that. But I will, in deference to my longstanding approach to these things. Now, sometimes we receive proposed reappointments to boards of people who are really, truly not that engaged. Also, I strongly support Councilor Pena's interest in this, and this is something that I brought up before she and I believe it was Councilor Borrego took on the question of diversity on our boards, and we really have to do a better job on that. But I think in this case, someone who's been working diligently and serving as vice chair and so forth, that'll probably be reflected in my vote, but I don't want it to be misunderstood. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. The last counselor I see is Councilor Senna. And so if we see no others, we'll move to our vote after this, Councilor Senna.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I really hope my effort in putting forward Ms. Bunkyo, her name, was really to address what we put forward and putting more diversity and equity upon our boards. And I think that she also spoke on hoping to put that across the board, not just within the advisory board, but making our open space more available to all of our communities. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. And, that's why we're making a real concerted effort to looking at all of our vacancies on our boards and commissions and being able to fill that with, so that it's more reflective of our communities. So thank you to both of them for putting their names forward. And I hope that whatever the vote may be, that we can still rely on putting them on another board and commission. But again, I really stress that I just want to thank Ms. Bunku for putting her name forward and dealing with all of us butchering her name and recognizing her experience and as a daughter of refugees as well. I really appreciate you sharing your story, sharing your family story as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Senna. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think she closed on that, if that's what you would want to call it. I apologize, I got locked out, but I just wanted to say that again as well, Ms. Young, thank you for your willingness to want to serve again. I really appreciate it. And to Kay, I just agree with everything that you said. I know with open space, I've struggled to get money that, in a sense that sometimes the open space board didn't kind of see eye to eye, so I actually met with the congressional folks to talk about it. And there was lots of grants that we were applying for open space that we weren't following up on. And so when we look at the money that we're everybody's worried about the money that we have in place, but working together with other organizations, like you said, there's actually opportunity for lots of money for open space. It's just about us organizing and partnering. And so that was part of, anyway, I got in trouble for something like that. But anyway, but I just wanted to say about diversity, I just think that if we're serious about institutional change, we don't get second chances like this. And I know that next year she could, and if she decided, to go on to another board or whatever, but, we really, when we're looking at diversity, we really need to act, so I hope that if it doesn't work out for Kay, that she definitely does apply next year. But we got to really remember this when these appointments are coming in front of us. I think the time for change is now. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no other discussion on that item, we're going to move to our special procedure for voting on this. And so, councilors, when we do this, we'll take a 1-minute break to give you a chance to do it. As Ms. Schultz reminded us, the process is just like our normal process for doing ballots, but by remote. We're going to do them by email. Each councilor is now asked to send an email to our council clerk, Ms. Ortega, indicating the order of their preference. I realize it's kind of a moot point to put both names in, but that's what the rules say, so we sort of follow them. The emails shall include the 2 candidate names and indicate either a number 1 next to the name of your first preference and a number 2 next to the name of your second preference. So please do that now. You can send that to Ms. Ortega at cortega@cabq.gov. We'll take a 1-minute break while councilors dive into their email apps, and when Ms. Ortega will receive your emails. And then when we come back in just a minute, we'll table this motion while Ms. Ortega works on those, and we'll come back and announce the results in a few minutes. So councilors, please take your time, send an email to Ms. Ortega indicating number 1 next to the primary, your first choice, and number 2 next to the second. All right, counselors, as you sent your email, if you will, bring your video back online so we can count you, and then we're going to take a vote to table this motion get a couple of other items out of the way while the clerk tallies the votes, and then we'll come back in a couple of items to announce the results and do that confirmation vote. So, counselors, after you've sent your email, if you will, please turn your video back on so we can join you. And I'm going to ask Ms. Bach and Mr. Moya to either reduce the video or move those folks back to the waiting room for a few minutes while we do some other business, whatever's most convenient. Okay. Councilor Pena, it seems like yours is the last vote that needs to be recorded. There we go. It may take just a second. It's totally fine, but we just want to be sure that when Ms. Ortega tells us she has all that, then we'll come back and make that motion.
Thanks, Mr. President. She should have received it. I think I sent it in early.
Councilor Pena, the clerk says she still hasn't received it. Is it possible for you to even text her for the moment and we'll look for that email, or just to resend one just in case? I'm sorry. I know sometimes the internet's not as good.
Yes, I'll do that. Thanks.
Okay. Councilors, while we're working on that, I'm going to move to table OC 12 so that we give the staff time to tally those votes and to wrangle up any last ones that are out there. So I make a motion to table OC 12. Thank you, Councilor Bassan, for that. Madam Clerk, just for the motion to table, would you call the vote, please?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That's tabled momentarily.
Thank you, councilors. We'll come back to that and we'll let this Ms. Ortega and her team work with councilors to be sure your vote gets recorded appropriately. Councilor Pena, did you have a question? Or was that
just a quick question? I know we're voting, but it's a matter of public record what we vote anyway, correct?
That's correct, Councilor. Yes, once, just like the original ballots, the clerk will attach the emails to the record for the public record.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thanks. Councilors, next up, we're going to go back to our final actions. Councilor Gibson, we're going to move to you on item A, 028, and I believe you had prepared us for a motion for a substitute and a deferral.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So on Committee Sub 028, repealing the City of Albuquerque Code of Ordinances, Section 13-6-1 through 13-6-99, the pawnbroker ordinance, and replacing it with a new ordinance amending existing regulations applicable to pawnbrokers and extending regulations to precious material dealers and secondhand retailers. I'm going to move a due pass, and I would like to move a floor substitute for 028.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is for a due pass, and then the councilor has also introduced the floor sub that's in your packet. And so, Councilor Bassan, I thought I saw you a second for the floor sub, but is that a no? Okay, you'll do that. Thanks. So, Councilor, the motion's on the floor is for a floor sub that's in your packet. I see no discussion, and so I'm going to queue up the clerk who's also working on our other item. Ms. Ortega, there's no discussion on the floor sub. Would you call the vote on that, please?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on the floor sub.
Councilor Gibson, back on the bill as substituted twice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'll move a deferral as substituted to November 2nd.
Thank you, councilors, and I'll second that along with, we'll take Councilor Sena actually as the second. Thank you. Councilors, any discussion on the deferral? I see none. And so we'll ask the clerk to again call the roll on the motion for a deferral until November 2nd.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. Okay. Counselors, at this point, the clerk has tallied the vote for the candidates for the Open Space Advisory Board. And so I'm going to make a motion to take OC 12 back off the table. Do I have a second? Thank you. Several. Counselor Pena, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote on the motion to take OC 12 off the table? And while we do that, we're going to ask our moderators to bring the two candidates back into discussion.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
9-0 to remove it from.
Thank you. Counselors, we are back on OC 12. I'll ask the clerk to please announce the results of the ballots, and then we will take a motion of confirmation for the individual selected. Madam Clerk, would you announce the results, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Ms. Taja Young, or excuse me, Dr. Taja Young, has received the lowest number of votes and the most counselors indicating her as their first preference.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, just for the record, I guess it's numbers 1 and 2, and so it's just lowest numbers. All right.
Correct.
Thank you. Well, congratulations, Dr. Young. With that, I would move confirmation of Dr. Young to the Open Space Advisory Board. Do I have a second?
Second.
I see several seconds. I'll take Counselor Gibson. Counselors, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you call the vote on the motion of confirmation?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
9-0.
Thank you. And thank you, counselors, for participating in that process. And we thank both candidates for participating in that. And we hope that others will be encouraged to apply for all of those positions that we have available. You can reach out to your city councilor or the mayor's office to do just that. Next up, we're going to go back to our agenda. Madam Clerk, I believe that puts us back on 038. Is that right with Counselor Benton's item? Okay.
That's
just
correct,
wanted to be
Mr.
sure I'm not
President.
skipping anything tonight. Counselor Benton, 038.
Thank you, Mr. President. 038 is adopting a uniform administrative code and technical codes prescribing minimum standards related to construction, alteration, moving, repair, use of occupancies of buildings and structures, and building service equipment installations. I move a due pass.
Second.
Thank you. I have a second from Counselor Gibson and others. Counselor Benton to explain the bill or to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, as described in the staff write-up, a technical correction, and I'll ask. I'll ask Ms. Schultz, I believe, is available to give a brief explanation of this. This does not change anything with regard to the energy code or anything else. It's a technical correction to the code.
Thanks. Ms. Schultz, is that right? This is a technical cleanup, basically.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, yes, that's correct. When the City Council made updates to the Uniform Administrative Code earlier this fall, there was kind of an erroneous piece in the legislation that unintentionally repealed some pieces of the Uniform Administrative Code and didn't put them back in, but they needed to be put back in. And so this is a fix to that to make sure that our planning department can continue to accept building permits, that there's still a method to appeal building permits, that all those administrative procedures are in place and continue to move forward as is. I will echo Councilor Benton's sentiment that this does not make any substantive changes to any pieces of the code, whether it be the electrical code, the plumbing code, or the International Energy Conservation Code. Those codes will stay in place as the council decided they should exist in August of this year.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, anything further or to close? Thank you. And I'm sorry,
Urge your
Council.
support.
Thanks. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote, please?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes 9-0.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, I believe we have some guests in the waiting room for R18 relating to the property we've discussed in several meetings on Everett Road. So I'm going to ask our moderators to let those people in, and then we'll go to Councilor Senna to move the bill. But first, we'll let our guests in. I'm told they are here, and I believe that includes the current property owner and a potential buyer or their representative. Councilor Senna, the floor is yours, ma'am. R18.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. R18 is a nuisance substandard dwelling or structure in need of abatement at 5609 Everett Road Northwest 87120 within the city limits of Albuquerque is so ruined, damaged, or dilapidated as to be a menace to the public comfort, health, peace, or safety, and that it is required to be removed. I move a due pass for the purpose of a conversation. But from what I've been told by Director Williams, that our guests are here to speak on that.
Thanks. And Justin Q, I see Director Williams. And so first and foremost, we have Councilor Senna. Thank you for the motion, Councilor Benton. I believe I'll take that as a second for the motion to get us started in conversation. Before I go to the owners, I want to give Mr. Williams, the Director at Planning, the opportunity to give us an update on the property from the administration, and then we will go to the guests. Director.
Mr. President, thank you. Councilors, we learned late last week that a reported sale in the property is scheduled to occur very quickly with intentions by the new owner to rehabilitate the existing structure and get it ready to get it move-in ready so that it can be occupied again. The details of that I'll leave to tonight's participants, but as I've said before, we're concerned primarily about compliance with those standards. So if the council deems it appropriate, the department will not be opposed to giving some time to let the sale go through and let the new owner start working on that property, and then happy to report back at some point in the near future. Stand for questions.
Thank you. Councilor Senna, your discretion. Would you like to go to the guest, or do you have a motion to modify your original?
Actually, I do have a motion. But before I do that, I would love to hear from the property owners and the potential buyers, as it was a big condition of the potential deferral of this, just to speak with them. So if they can chime in on the progress.
Ms. Kowalchuk, you've been very patient with us while we get to this item, and welcome back. It's good to see you again. Thanks for joining us. Can you give us an update on the property, please?
Yes, I do. I did sign, like in the last meeting, I mentioned that I signed a purchase agreement, and we have Nancy, who is the realtor, on standby in the meeting to verify that.
She was with us earlier, ma'am, but I think she had to leave, and we haven't been able to hear from her again. But we know she was here, and we've heard from that they're moving in that process. So if you want to tell us any more about the process, that's fine. Or I believe Councilor Senna is prepared to give you time to finish that sale before we move forward. So it's up to you.
Okay. Well, if you agree to give me some time to move forward with the sale, I've already scheduled it. You know, we already have an appointment scheduled for we could do it's already with the title company. We're just waiting. I'm just waiting for her to give me a call so we can come in and sign off on the paperwork and stuff that needs to be done with the title company. It is a for sure sale. I'm just waiting for her to, well, actually Nancy is waiting for you all to decide, what you were going to do, what you guys were going to decide today, so she can continue to move forward with the sale. But right now, as it stands, it's in the hands of the title company, just waiting for, for this meeting today, see what the conclusion of the meeting is.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, and congratulations on moving forward. Councilor Senna, we're back on you. I believe you said you might have a motion. Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm going to make a motion to defer this for 60 days, just so that we can get a progress report on, and to also possibly congratulate Ms. Kowalczyk for the sale of this property, the official sale. And hopefully, that we always don't want to go through process like these, but it's also a way of pushing a little bit so that we can get all parties interested at the table. So I just want to thank you for your cooperation on this, but hopefully we can have a good status report in 60 days.
You're welcome, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to explain what's going on. I do apologize.
Thank you, Ms. Kowalczyk. We appreciate your cooperation. Councilor Benton, thank you for the second on the motion to defer for 60 days. Ms. Kowalczyk, we'll let your folks know, but that meeting will be December 21st, just before Christmas. So if you complete your sale and have your paperwork, be sure the person at the city you're working with gets a copy of it beforehand so that we can get that back to the city council. So that will be the day for the next meeting. Madam Clerk, would you call the vote, please, on the motion to defer until December 21st?
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Benton?
Yes.
Councilor Borrego?
Yes.
Councilor Gibson?
Yes.
Councilor Harris?
Yes.
Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Senna?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes.
9-0 on the deferral.
Thank you, councilors, and thank you, Ms. Kowalczyk. We look forward to seeing you back in December, as the councilor said, to congratulate you on completing this. Next up is 2104 item D. Councilor Benton, do you want to present? Or
I don't mind, Mr. President. I appreciate your sponsorship of this and the work that's been done on it over years. I was the sponsor of the original NTMP bill, and that's been several years now that it's been in place. And this is a very important update to that bill, which is of interest to just about every constituent in our city when it comes to traffic management in their neighborhoods. This is not addressing major thoroughfares, it's addressing our quality of life in our own neighborhoods. And the original bill grew out of a speed hump. It was just called the speed hump program is all it really was. And it was a process for people to apply for and get speed humps in their neighborhood. And the DMD department was interested at that time in kind of making it a bit more robust in terms of ways to slow traffic that are not just speed humps, but also making sure we have the data that justifies installation of these kind of devices that sometimes, honestly, I'll tell you, roughly half of my constituents like speed humps, and it seems like the other half don't. So, there are many other more modern ways of slowing traffic. We still employ speed humps as well, but a lot of work went into this, Mr. President, and I know that it's something your constituents are very interested in as well. Appreciate your sponsorship of this, and that's a little bit of background on it, and I'll move a due pass though.
thank you, Councilor. As a co-sponsor, I'll take the privilege of seconding that. And if it's okay, let me just say here, and maybe if we have other questions, but thank you, Councilor, for working on this. This is something we all care about. It's something the administration has worked with us on in the last few years. This is a challenge. I remember under the last administration, we challenged DMD on an almost weekly basis for a while to get rid of a backlog of more than 200 neighborhood requests for speed studies and solutions to neighborhood speed issues. This administration worked with us to try to do some of that. We're inching up again to get another backlog. And so I think this is a good solution. It's something Councilor Sanchez really promoted and worked with us on before his passing. And I'm really glad to see, Mr. Cowchair, that you worked with the administration and with their support to include some money in the budget, in the quarter cent money this year, so that we can start doing more of these studies to get those answers more quickly. I'm excited that As I told one neighborhood today, we have all times. This is the one place where when you call your city councilor or the mayor, we honestly can't do anything because this process is really built in community. In other words, it requires neighbors to organize, to petition together, to petition the city to do a study, and we have to follow the guidance of the experts according to the rules in this. So it is really a place where neighborhood safety issues live with the neighborhood. But at the end of the day, once the experts tell us that there's a problem, they come to us to ask for the funds to fix those things, to install speed bumps or to prevent accidents with extra stop signs, et cetera. And we often don't have enough funding to do it. And so I want to applaud the council and administration for putting funding into that program and really starting to move this forward. These are excellent changes that will make it all that work by neighborhoods the solutions more accessible after doing that and not getting frustrated. And so thanks to everyone for doing that. I see a number of counselors who want to speak on this as well, including Councilor Sena, Councilor Borrego, and then we'll go back to Councilor Benton to close, and then we'll see where we go. Councilor Sena.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I just want to really thank the sponsors for drafting this and really thanking Mr. Tom Minicucci, as well as my own constituent, Tommy Borst, for really digging in deep on the manual. Anytime I have any traffic issue, I call those two up for the district because they have the real know-how of what it really took to get this manual forward. And as I talked to Mr. Borst today, that it's a living document, and as we see if there is changes that need to happen, then we can put those forward down the road. But really, this is a big concerted effort among many who put forward the manual. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of those involved.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to also thank Tom Minicucci for working on this particular manual. I've had a number of requests in my district for speed humps, and I've kind of encouraged the community to wait a bit because this particular effort is going to make their request a little more expedited and a little more efficient. So I just really think that it's good that we're getting this done because it will help in a lot of instances where we have problems with speeders and issues that go beyond the scope of our sort of jurisdiction. And so I think that this is really going to help my community for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, I had you next in line. I wasn't sure if you had a question or a response.
No, I was going to say, kind of give the same kudos to Tom Minicucci. We're so fortunate to have Tom in the council staff. He's got way too much on his plate all the time, but he comes through and yeah, it's a pleasure to work with him. And he's got great relationships and knowledge of these matters. So I really appreciate that. And also want to give due credit to DMD and the administration and a guy who I think is the best traffic engineer, that position of traffic engineer in the city during my time. And that's Tim Brown, who has just been doing a great job. And he understands the balance that this is not just all about moving cars as fast as possible. And he recognizes also that it's quality of life issues for neighborhoods to tackle these problems that sometimes seem to be increasing with the aggressive driving that's going on in our city. I appreciate you, Mr. President, as a co-sponsor, but I'll leave it for you to close unless anybody else is speaking.
Thank you, Councilor. I do have one other counselor here, but I want to say we gave Miss Sweeney some resume booster earlier today, and we may end up doing that for Mr. Minicucci today too. I think he's done an excellent job. But Councilor Harris, go ahead, sir. Councilor Harris, go ahead, sir.
Yes. I was wondering, this issue actually reverses something that we had considered very carefully at one point. And I wonder if we can do a 2-week on this, because what at one point we realized, because of what happened in Fort Hills, that if everybody in the neighborhood has to go over these speed humps, that we need to have everybody hold. And I think this is taking them away from that. So I think what I'd like to do is just defer this for 2 weeks, because I'd like to meet with DMD and see if we can sort through a unique problem I have in my district.
Councilors, if I could real quickly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Minicucci, very briefly, let me just be sure we get it on the record the right way while we're doing. So Councilor Harris has a motion for deferral for 2 weeks. At the moment, I don't see a second, but I'm going to put a pin in that for Councilor Pena has the second. Okay, there we go. Mr. Minicucci, thanks so much. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I guess we could defer, although I believe what we do is that I think I'd point out is that when you have a, and I can check with Mr. Brown, but when you have a study come forward, they look at the impact of the vehicles. So I think it's that when they pick a street, you may petition, when you make an application, you make an application for a street, but if it's going to impact a bigger area, so particularly if you're an entry street, then I think the traffic engineer has the option to include other vehicles, or if they don't include other streets, they also have the option to make sure that whatever the solutions are on the street that's being requested, if it's going to have impacts beyond that, to make that the solutions are not adversely impacting the other streets beyond that. So that's part of the analysis when the project first comes in on that one there. So I think also we have the option, I believe, is at any point in time, it is an NTMP process. The director, I think, can always just basically say, we need to look at this from the point of view of another traffic study. So we do have the options, keep it open that way there. So those are two methods when we get a street that's impactful. I know when you just called me, Councilor Harris, a moment ago, I had to take a quick look at our notes on how we're doing it. But we do have, when you do make an application, you make an application for your street. However, the traffic engineer will review if it impacts other streets and how we want to make sure the program goes forward not to adversely impact those other streets. Or the traffic engineer cannot, the director can always declare that, hey, he can always declare, I think, or that, you know, hey, look, we're just going to go look for a broader net traffic study in this area.
So, Councilor Harris, hearing that, I just want to go back and be sure that, do you want to continue your motion to defer, or are you satisfied?
Yeah, I think I mean, this has been pending for a while, 2 weeks, just to clean up this little issue that I have, or be confident with, because I think Tom wasn't, it sounds like they're, you know, no, I'm not satisfied based on what I heard from Mr. Minicucci that this is really going to solve the problem. But I mean, it might after I have a chance to talk to DMD and look at it. I think it's been pending for a while. If we could just indulge the council just for 2 weeks, I'd really appreciate it.
Thanks. Councilor Benton on the motion to defer.
Yeah, I just want to say I'll support Councilor Harris because I know he's been through the wars on this stuff, and some of us have. But this has been a long time in the making, and I don't think, you know, I really want to say, Councilor Harris, that I hope they can answer your questions, but I think they're on the right track. I think they are making it easier, not necessarily for speed humps, but for neighbors to come together and weigh in. And, you know, we know that we're not able to conduct a vote of every neighbor or every user of every street when we do these things. But again, they are typically, and I know in your case, this was a kind of a significant entryway to the entire neighborhood when you had your challenges with this issue. So not every street is the same, and as I said before, not every city traffic engineer is the same. You know, I've had my concerns about some of them and the way they deal with these issues, but I'll support the deferral. But this has been a long time coming. I hope Councilor Harris can get his questions answered and we can get it moving.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, councilors. And any other discussion on the motion for deferral? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on motion to defer for 2 weeks.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego. Councilor Borrego.
Sorry, I thought it was unmuted. I thought I had unmuted myself. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena. She must have stepped away. Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes, and Madam Clerk, we'll call Counselor Pena excused for the moment. Looks like she's out of internet service.
got it. 8-0 on the deferral of R104 to November 2nd.
Thanks. Let's give it just a second and see if we can get Counselor Pena back, because either of the next two items I want to consider require her as a co-sponsor. Counselors, here's what we're going to do while we're waiting on Counselor Pena. Here's what we're thinking. We have a memorial from Counselors Borrego and Pena, and then a R85, the last item on our agenda, the racial equity criteria for CIP. I think we can handle both of those before we take a dinner break, and then we'll come back and just do the rest of the budget bills. There are no amendments to either of those, and the amendment deadline is passed for budget bills, so I think we'll be okay there. So I'm kind of hoping we can get Counselor Pena back here in just a second, just to get those off, because I know we have guests for each of those, or I understand we do. So give us just a second and see if we can get Counselor Pena back, since she's a co-sponsor of either one of those. And then for the administration and other guests watching, what I think we're going to try to do is take a brief dinner break after those two short items, and then come back and do the budget. And so we will see if we can get her back in just a second. All right, she's reconnecting, so give us just a second and we'll get into that. Hi, welcome back. We waited on you because both of Counselor Pena, we were just saying that both of the two items that we thought about taking up before dinner required you, because they're your bills. And so we were going to move next to your memorial with Counselor Borrego. And then if it's okay with you, we'll take that last item, the R85 item, the CIP racial equity item as well, and then do a dinner break and just come back and do budget. So if you're prepared as sponsors, but the next up would be item E, Borrego and Pena, Memorial 5.
Counselor Borrego, I'll let her take this up. She's the one that kind of urged me to be part of it.
That's great. Counselor
I
Borrego.
want to thank Counselor Pena for co-sponsoring this. If you remember at our last budget meeting, we discussed our amazing and wonderful senior volunteers and how many meals they had served during COVID. And so we also had Anna Sanchez, and I'm not sure if Anna is in the administration conference room. Anna, you are there. Thank you for being there. And I don't know if you have any guests with you, but basically what this memorial does is it recognizes the senior core volunteers composed of foster grandparents, senior companions, and retired and senior volunteer program volunteers for their exemplary service during the time of COVID pandemic to the senior citizen population of the city of Albuquerque. And this particular memorial also offers any financial support in the future that they may need. And so with that, I would move M5. And I would like to defer to Anna Sanchez, the Director of Senior Affairs, after we've
Director Sanchez, I think I see you in a mask there from Economic Development. Is that you joining us?
Yes, I am. Thank you. If I may, I'd just like to thank the sponsors of this, to Counselor Borrego and Counselor Pena, for this recognition. We do have several guests that are on the line, including all of our senior core program managers, and many of the volunteers, your constituents, are out here in Zoom land listening for this recognition. As you know, our department is extremely lean, of about 230 employees, many of them part-timers. So our volunteers stepping up at this time to help with meal service. A lot of support for the department has been very, very much appreciated. Thank you, counselors, for recognizing them at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. And back to the sponsors, Counselor Borrego or Pena.
I didn't know, did we have a second, Counselor?
We did. We had Councilor Pena as your co-sponsor. I'm sorry, just for the record.
Counselor Pena, did you want to say anything?
I think I'm fading in and out. You guys keep blocking, so I don't know what's going on with my internet here at home today, but you keep freezing on me. So I didn't really hear a lot of what was going on, but I just want to say, you know, congratulations. I think, you know, we passed that bill, or I think we passed that amendment, you know, to look at, you know, how we look at our senior population moving forward. But I just really want to say that with the small amount of budget that the department has, I think it's like 2.7, it flutters around there every year. And I just think you do an amazing job in terms of the work you do, the amount of meals you serve, and the fact that you do it with so many people who volunteer. That's pretty exceptional when you can get that many people to volunteer. As everyone knows, it's hard to get people to serve on our boards and commissions. So congratulations.
And Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I wondered if we could hear from any of those guests, because they did take the time to come on board to join us.
Mr. Moya tells me that we don't have any guests for this item in the waiting room this evening, and so I think Director Sanchez was speaking for them this evening.
I saw the AmeriCorps seniors on.
That's Maria Requan. Yes, we have one of our program managers directly on the line, but I don't believe she's in the waiting room.
Oh,
got it.
All right, urge your support, Counselor.
Great, thank you so much. Counselor, seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the vote on this item.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sena.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, counselors, and thank you to our senior corps volunteers for your service. We greatly appreciate it. Counselors, just rearranging the agenda for just a second. Counselor Pena, if you can hear us okay, you and Counselor Sena have R85 at the end of our agenda. I don't see that we have any amendments for that, so we were thinking we might be able to take that before budget. Would that be okay with the sponsors?
That would be great, yeah.
Says yes. So, okay. Whoever wants to present it, the floor is yours, ladies.
It's up to you, Counselor. Go ahead.
Okay. I am moving R85, supplementing priorities for the capital implementation program of the city of Albuquerque by implementing a racial equity criterion to be used in the development of the plan. I move a do pass.
Thank you. And I believe Counselor Pena as the co-sponsor will be the second on the record. So counselors, back to you to explain the bill, and then we'll go either to questions or the administration.
I can just be really brief about it. I just, you know, it's kind of like the boards and commissions, you know, we just really need to focus on looking at equity and all facets of our the city of Albuquerque government, you know, institutional. This is what's happening in our community right now, and people are asking that we, you know, create real systemic change. And hopefully when we're looking at our CIP budget, that this is part of the criterion in terms of, you know, to help guide improved race, ethnic equity policies in the development of our CIP, our capital implementation program. So.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Counselor Pena. I see Counselor Bassan has a question, and so we'll go there, followed by Counselor Benton, and then we'll come back to the sponsors to close. Counselor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I absolutely support racial equity and diversity and making sure that we improve the racial equity policies in Albuquerque. However, as a counselor of District 4, I cannot support this because I feel like it would be saying that I agree to always prioritize anywhere potentially before necessarily looking at my district. And I don't know how I would be able to answer to all of my constituents and able to do that. It says in here it would be to prioritize projects in underserved areas of the city. And it's not clear to me, is that always on racial equity or not? Because we don't have a pool up here in District 4. We, you know, don't have a senior center up here. We have a multi-generational center, but there's certain things that underserved could mean a variety of things. However, I really find it very risky that I was elected to prioritize the needs of District 4 using the budget, and then also on a secondary level, look at the whole of Albuquerque.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. Councilor Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So I'm also very much in favor of using an approach of making sure that people who have been underserved for so many years, to elevate them, to make sure that we do everything that we can to give them what is needed in neighborhoods. I don't always think that it follows racial lines, although definitely the preponderance of activities that have happened since in the past, 100, 200 years has certainly prop that up. But another thing that we see, and this is growing, I think, over the past decades, is an inequity that is generational, and that's an economic inequity. So that people born into poverty have a much higher propensity for staying in poverty. Thank God, not everyone. Thank you. I'm glad for that. But I would also like to see how we could incorporate that and offer sensitivity to neighborhoods that have where families have lived in poverty for very long. And there's no doubt there's overlapping there. There is definitely overlapping. But I don't think that one speaks for, one of those speaks for both. So anyway, I just thought I would offer that and bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly appreciate what Councilor Sena is trying to do with this. And I do know that we need to help more people than we do. We just sometimes don't have the money to do that. But I think every area of the city has needs. No matter what their ethnicity, no matter what part of the city is, we all have needs. And I think we need to, rather than prioritize the ethnicity we need to prioritize the need. Which one do we need to do first in order to protect our people and take care of things? And like Councilor Bassan, very, very difficult for me to say to the people of District 8 and surrounding it, sorry, our roads don't need to be fixed because the money is going to go someplace else. Right now, we prioritize, hopefully, by condition of what we are going to, where the money is, which department the money is, and we prioritize by the condition of what needs to be fixed. And that seems to be a fair and equitable way. And obviously, we should help everyone in our city, all citizens of our city, and we need to help them. But I can't support this on the basis that's been put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors. And let me just take the privilege without, I see Councilor Borrego first. Councilor Borrego.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I just had a thought, and I was wondering if Councilor, the sponsors would consider a deferral on this. One of the things that struck me as I'm sitting here thinking about 9 council districts, and I appreciate the comments from all the councilors. But one of the things that struck me is, when we talk about racial imbalance and imbalance in terms of funding, I mean, it really is difficult to think about, not understanding the makeup of all the council districts. I don't know, for example, how many minorities live in one council district as opposed to another council district. So I'm wondering if maybe there needs to be a little bit more work done on this bill before, and maybe a floor substitute that would come later on, to talk about how, how you sort of equate the funding structure of the budget to sort of inequity, and maybe not just racial inequity, but other inequities. And I'm just wondering if the sponsors would maybe think about that a little bit, and maybe we could come back with something a little different down the line that would be a little more palatable, because I don't see that tonight it would probably pass. So I'm just throwing that out as a possibility. And I would propose a deferral for, I don't know, maybe 60 days or something like that, so that we could get some more information regarding that, because it's hard to vote on this bill just kind of the way it's being proposed without knowing some of that background.
So Councilor Borrego has made a motion that I take as a motion for a deferral. Do we have a second?
Second.
Councilor Gibson is seconding. And so next I see Councilor Senna had an original question. So Councilor will open the floor up for Councilor Senna's question and any other councilor on the motion to defer. Councilor Senna, you were here first.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I'm really glad that we're all having this conversation, because one thing I'd like to pose for all of us to consider, since we're making these considerations, if you can confidently name in your district that there are no racial inequities in your district, that through this bill, it's to really note that we acknowledge all of these racial inequities, and that we hope to, by doing so, prioritize those that have seen those inequities. And it's not to say that we're just going to focus in on just one area, to say, for if it were my district, it was just that priority. It's in all of our districts. And that's what we're really trying to say. We've applied this criterion before, whether it was awarding $1 million to our nonprofits, whether it was acknowledging the racial inequities among our Black communities as well. So, I don't think that this is anything new. I think this is just a standard. Really, we were hoping to, through this process, through this resolution, is to really start identifying and looking at all of the areas in town, not just one particular district, but all of them, and really think about how we can apply equity in our funding and to look at these projects. It wasn't to just say one district and that's it, or one area and that's it, or one neighborhood and that's it. Really, that this applies to all of our city, and that's what we were really envisioning. It's not to say that I want a district to be prioritized above anyone else. This legislation just looks at the whole city and thinks about how can we really apply to those areas that have been underserved. So that's just what I wanted to note. And we can certainly have the conversations and considerations as to apply others. I think that when we're talking about economic inequities, that's another conversation. And especially now during COVID, thinking about the communities who have been impacted the most, all been communities of color, whether it's been the deaths or hospitalizations, it's been in communities of color. We see it we see it first, and we see it the most because of the racial inequities. So I'm just posing that and just saying that, I want to correct any misunderstandings that this is to prioritize a certain district. It's not. It's just areas within the city. So that's all I wanted to note, and am welcoming further discussion among our councilors.
Thank you, Councilor. And before we go back to councilors who've already spoken, I had started before Councilor Borrego had her motion. So let me add my comments, and then I'll go back around for folks who've spoken. Let me just say, Councilor Pena and I sponsored, if I best of my recollection, in the very first budget of the new administration, 3.5, 4 years ago now, sponsored a CIP amendment then that added some equity provisions that were requested and supported by the administration because we wanted to look at these issues. But I recall that conversation then, and it is reminiscent of now that, when we're talking about issues around equity, I think we have to remember that they're different for different issues. For example, there's transit equity is very different, for example, than economic equity. Sometimes they overlap, and in many cases they really do. But there are well-served neighborhoods that have good transit service, for example, in downtown Albuquerque that still don't have economic opportunity, for example. And so I want to just remind us all that issues around equity are not as simple poverty or counts of ethnicity, but we do have that data. We have that data in our districting, in our census data that's being collected right now, and arguably being cut too short, but that we're about to look at again for redistricting here in the next few months. So we do have a lot of that. I just want to remind counselors, I was prepared to vote yes on this evening because we had worked on this in the last CIP cycle. I think it's better to do this as an ordinance. Councilor Pena, thanks for bringing this, and Councilor Sena, to make it permanent in all of our cycles going forward. But I just want to remind counselors that we're already halfway through our CIP program. Money has been allocated, programs are being built, contracts are out. And so if we were to defer this for 60 days till mid-December, that provides for a significant amount of existing program to continue to be allocated under without this provision. And so I understand why Councilor Borrego wants to defer this to have a further study, but I just want to remind us that that really does put us farther down the old priorities list, sort of. So just something for consideration. And with that in mind, I think I intend to vote no because I'd be prepared to vote yes on the full measure this evening. But back to counselors who've already spoken. We're going to do this one more time. Councilor Pena, then Councilor Bassan, then Councilor Benton. And if we have no others, we'll go back to Councilor Borrego to close on the motion to defer until December 21st. Councilor Pena.
Thank you. I think I can wait to the end because I just I'm going to rehash what Councilor Sena said. So for time, move forward and then I'll come back.
And Councilor Pena will pass. Councilor Benton.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I made a few notes here too in my response that the way that this resolution is written, it does indeed indicate that it will prioritize some districts. It will likely prioritize some districts over others on a regular basis. That is not to say one specific district or one specific neighborhood, excuse me. However, it will indeed prioritize based off of the majority, probably of the population that we're going to do as this is written. I have to say that social justice in and of itself means equity. And I just need to put it out on the record that I am extremely uncomfortable when we are now asking for specific races to be named based off of how the makeup is of a board, when we don't need to be pointing that out anymore. In order to make our decisions, it should be based off of character as well. This is something that I feel that we are getting to the point where if we're being asked to pass judgment and pick, say yes or no on certain racial inequalities in our own district, I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm not an expert on racial equality or racial inequality. And so I think that by so much continuous discussion about always being extremely focused on racial equality, I personally feel, I know that I've spoken to some constituents who feel that it is creating a conversation where it's seemingly racist in and of itself. And so I just really am struggling with finding a balance between the conversation that we should be having in order to find this equity without leaving other people out on the other end of this spectrum. And so I feel like, again, the way this is worded, I do think that it is leaning more heavily in certain directions than others, and it therefore would not be equitable.
Thank you, Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I was in the fiscal year 18 capital budget. I put forth the first amendment involving equity in our CIP program. It was not based on racial equity. It was based on neighborhood disinvestment. And so probably more of an economic standard. So, you know, I'm inclined to support a bill like this, but in, you know, the staff write-up on this bill, which it looks like it was by Ms. Montano at the time, talks about the development, continuing development of, let's get the language correct. Development of these criterion. So is this establishing an absolute criterion, or is this leaving up to the administration to further develop a criterion? I guess that was my question.
And Councilor, is that for one of the sponsors, I presume? And so I want to ask if one of the sponsors wants to reply, Councilor Pena or Councilor Senna.
So I might turn this over to the staff, because it was my understanding that as part of, you know, as soon as this CIP budget, which has already started, that we would develop a criterion, and hopefully it could be implemented by, but I'll let staff. Ms. Yara, can you answer that?
Mr. President, councilors, yes. So when this was drafted, I think the intent was to have this racial equity criterion guide the process. I don't read here that we're necessarily sets out a specific process. Just note that we are actually in the middle of the 2021 CIP process. It started this summer. I sit on that committee, and I don't know if Mr. Motzko is with us today. He's our CIP official, but in conversations with him, there was some of the tools from the toolkit that the Office of Equity and Inclusion uses were used in the development of the program that will be presented to the council by the end of December. And so they didn't specifically use a racial criterion, as it were, for everything that we were reviewing, but it was taken into account through the process. So that's already in motion. If the council were to approve this resolution now or at a later date, I think we would need to work with DMD and Mr. Motzko to decide how exactly we would roll out this requirement for the 2023 CIP process. So.
Councilor Benton, that was your question. I want to be sure we get it resolved before we move on.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Senna, you are next.
Further, Mr. President, I just also wanted to clarify that, you know, we also included in a previous resolution, which I believe we passed unanimously, that OEI, the Office of Equity and Inclusion, would provide more toolkits so that we can make better decisions when it comes to policies that govern for the city. I also wanted to note that, you know, they were actually very helpful in the process of adding a racial equity criteria when we were awarding our nonprofit grants. They just provided that as a guidance to us. We didn't specifically think of it just solely on that, but we did apply it to give you know, more consideration to those that were critically underserved. So again, it's just toolkits in our tool belt, and that I believe all the whole city would benefit from that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we voting on the deferral? I'll just say my piece on that. I just want to say, you know, I apologize. I really thought this was kind of a no-brainer. This isn't anything that, to me, as Councilor Senna stated earlier, I mean, when you're looking at this, when I read it, I looked at it as underserved areas. We all have, and if you look at any of our districts, we all have underserved areas in our districts, neighborhoods, communities. communities. And so, you know, I envisioned it as us really looking at our particular districts and really focusing on where the need is there, you know, and prioritizing that and how we bring that forward. And, you know, it was mentioned about an earlier vote about race. You know, that's what's happening in the country now, you know, and I know these uncomfortable conversations I feel like they need to happen. As a person of color, I'm actually excited that we're having these conversations, because it's one of those things that being uncomfortable, you know, people of color have been uncomfortable for a long time because we haven't had access or opportunities or the ability to do some of these things that are now being brought to light in terms of, you know, racial justice, social justice, economic justice, institutional justice, you know. So I've been, you know, pumping out resolutions, and whoever will co-sponsor with me, I appreciate it, because I think this is, if there's ever an opportunity to really push these types of bills forward, it's now, you know. And this isn't about making anyone uncomfortable if you're not of color, but these are the things, the disparities that we see over and over again, how we're not represented, how we're not getting our voices heard, how we're looking at, well, I look at the budget each year, you know, and I know everybody has to represent their district. And for me, my district in particular, when I look around, I see that we predate the city of Albuquerque in most of the area from my city, but yet we lack some of the basic services that other areas of the city are afforded. And for me, you know, there was a previous counselor that was on council who said, you know, sometimes when CIP comes around, I put it all into a community center that we have. And I joked with him and I said, I wished I had the luxury of just putting it into one community center. We have so many deficiencies in our areas, like lighting and infrastructure and sidewalks and curbs and community centers that, you know, so it is an uncomfortable conversation. We've been uncomfortable for a long time. And when I look at these things, I don't want to bring them to light, but, you know, when I look at, I had pulled in terms of our operating budget alone, and I didn't do the math because, again, I thought this was kind of a no-brainer, but you know, I looked at the amount of money for the operating budget for FY20. 73% of the operating money for FY20 went east of the river. Only 27% landed west of the river. And I didn't want to get into where and how, because I think it's important that we look at all our communities, you know, and I've stated before, there's underserved people throughout the city of Albuquerque, and we really need to start putting our attention there. So I will shut up, and I cannot support the deferral.
Thanks. Councilor Borrego, the motion on the floor is your deferral, and so we'll let you close and then we'll call the vote.
Oh, I think it's really interesting to hear this conversation. And I didn't know that, Councilor Pena. Thank you for that research on that bill. On those numbers rather. And that's kind of what my point is, I guess, on the deferral, is that I still, you know, having had a 30-year background in planning, I still would like to know the makeup of different districts, because I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many, you know, what the breakdown is in Councilor Gibson's district, for example, you know, or, I mean, I happen to have, you know, I mean, I know my own, the breakdown in my own district, but I haven't taken the time to look at every district to determine how this would be sort of implemented. If you remember last year, I proposed a bill, and it did pass, that gave the CIP staff a new criteria to meet with the people in the respective districts as they moved forward in the CIP process. And that was changed by the council, respectively, to that could be done through a survey. And so they've already started the CIP process. And there is a survey that they are required to do now to obtain information about what is lacking in each respective district. So they're already sort of under the gun to come up with that criteria. And now we're asking them, if this passes tonight, to put another criteria on when they've already started the CIP process. And so that's what makes me a little bit uncomfortable, is that, you know, we're creating more criteria that the staff has to deal with and I don't, if having been a staffer before, it's really difficult to move forward and then in the middle of the stream change horses. And that's what makes me a little uncomfortable. And that's why I was asking for the deferral, because I think if we're serious about looking at this particular bill, maybe what we should do is we should implement it in the next CIP process, because the staff has already started their CIP process. So for that reason, I still think that maybe we need more information and I still support a deferral.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego. For what it's worth, I have been convinced otherwise and think I might support the deferral as well to allow us to have a broader conversation about the goals. So seeing no other discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll. The motion to defer this item until December the 21st.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
No.
Counselor Senna,
No.
Counselor Davis.
Yes, on deferral.
The deferral passes 6-3.
Thank you, counselors. As promised, we have gotten through everything except our big budget bills. And so we're going to take a break at this point. We'll be back in, let's call it 30 minutes, which is 10 after 6. We'll try to do our best to make that work by quarter after. So please be back at 6:10. We'll be ready to go. And then we'll take up our budget bills, which is the last thing we have, which is really good for us today. We're getting ahead. So great job. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you in 30 minutes. Okay, and welcome back to everyone who's joining us. We're in part 2 of our city council meeting. Next up, councilors, the only items we have left on our agenda tonight are those relating to the city's budget. And so I think we'll let Councilor Benton present each one since he's the chair of Cal. And then for our major budget bills, of course, we have 2 packets of amendments that we'll go through. But Councilor Benton, if you're with us, would you introduce 037 relating to solid waste ordinance? I think that's the easy one to do first.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, 037 is amending various sections of the revised ordinances of the city. The municipal solid waste ordinance to update effective date of rate change, amending rate table appendix to incorporate residential rate increase in the rate appendix, and amending the rate table to incorporate the FY21 rate increase in the rate appendix. I move I do pass.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bassan has offered a second. I know, councilors, I know we have all the directors available for us for the administration if we have questions. And so I want to open up the floor either for the administration if you want to speak on this, or councilors for any discussion before we move forward. I know all of these have been discussed at length, so that may not be necessary. Any discussion from councilors? I'm seeing none. Oh, Councilor Simmons.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I believe that this ordinance will pass with the rate increase, but after speaking with constituents and them sharing their stories of kind of the struggles that they're facing right now, I won't be in support of the rate increase, but I imagine that this will pass. I just, we're working with some of the constituents. I really wished that they weren't in those unfortunate positions of food insecurities or evictions because of COVID. But I do understand the real importance of supporting our solid waste and being able to upkeep our medians and our collections of that waste. So I'm going to be saying no to this and thank the constituents that reached out and voicing their concerns, but I imagine this will pass, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Councilor Benton to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sponsoring this at the request of the administration, and we have had quite a bit of discussion about it over the meetings of the Committee of the Whole. I think as Councilor Sena alluded to, this department is taking on more and more in terms of median maintenance, that sort of thing. Also really critical needs like just dealing with many. Oops. Not it.
All right, I think we're better. We've had some, during our break, we lost some internet connection up here. It just sometimes happens. So my apologies if we lose the chair or some key staff. Instead of normally going to the vice president, would y'all give us just a minute to try to rejoin? Because what we're going to try to do here is we're going to ask councilors, there's no need to read line by line the proposed amendments, because Mr. Moya and Ms. Baca are going to share them online so that we can see them. So when you introduce your amendment, we'll ask you to just give a quick summary of it. Of course, the administration's here to comment, and Ms. Yara is here, who helped to prepare, I think, all of these or most of these amendments. And so she'll be available as well. So just those housekeeping notes, we're going to share them online so you don't have to read them one by one. But because we have so many of them, I want to be sure that the clerk has a chance to catch up to us in case we lose anything tonight. So just those housekeeping notes to keep everything moving smoothly. Councilor Benton, we will begin with our amendment packet, and I believe you have what we call number A, and Mr. Moy is going to put that up on screen. And that'll be amendment number 1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move floor amendment number 1, and this is labeled A in the packet. These are essentially technical adjustments and minor technical errors within the original bill.
Thank you. And for the record, Councilor Jones has offered a second, so we're back to the sponsor, Councilor Benton, on the amendment number 1. Any questions?
Where's your support?
Seeing no discussion and the sponsor having closed, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on floor amendment number 1.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Harris. Councilor Harris?
He'll be back, Madam Chair. Would you put him in the back?
Yes. Councilor Jones?
Yes.
Councilor Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Sena?
Yes.
Councilor Davis?
Yes, and we just mark Councilor Harris excused. Oh, there he is. He's voting yes, I think.
Councilor Harris? Thank
He
you.
did.
9-0 on amendment number 1.
Sorry, Councilor, we got a little quick there. I thought we'd have some more discussion. Councilor Benton, I believe you have number B, which would be number 2 if you offer it.
I'll move floor amendment number 2, and this is fairly simple. I'm sponsoring this by the request of the administration. And councilors, this when we were having our committee of the whole discussions about the new proposed new department that was proposed by the mayor, and that we amended some of its funding at the committee of the whole. This was one item that I suppose we could ask our economic development director to explain, but I'll move that if there's a second.
Thank you, Councilor. We'll take item B as floor amendment number 2. I will offer my second as myself as a second. See what happens when you come back after dinner. Director Jaramillo, I know you were invoked, and I want to give a chance if the administration has any comments about restoring funding to EDD.
Great. Council President Davis, Councilor Benton, and to the rest of our city councilors, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will be brief. And I will start with, you all know this, the Economic Development Department, our current initiatives, programs, our contractors, our community partners are and have been considered essential during COVID-19. And a robust budget that supports our efforts really has direct impact upon the survival of our most vulnerable businesses. And even as we continue to manage several projects, we recognize that number 1, additional COVID support is needed, as you all passed $10 million to support, again, our most vulnerable businesses, those small businesses that really drive our economy. But 2, that despite the pandemic, traditional forms of economic development programs and outreach cannot cease. In fact, we believe that we must bolster these efforts now if we are even to maintain our position in 2021 and beyond. So selling our city, marketing our strengths, highlighting our successes amid COVID-19, and ensuring we have expertise from the right people is the only way to continue that momentum that we have built over the last 3 years in the areas of recruitment and expansion. And for example, this funding will be used to continue to engage and connect, support, and assist our partners, our stakeholders, those subject matter experts with carrying out the mission of this department, and that is retention, recruitment, and expansion. Over the last 2 fiscal years, this funding has enabled us to land several companies, and we believe that their recruitment would not have succeeded if economic development had not been supported by industry experts in communication, marketing professionals, and essential contractors. As you all know, just like other departments, economic development staff has limited capacity to conduct all the necessary PR, media, and again, subject matter expert strategies to really ensure that the Albuquerque story gets told to the appropriate audience at the right time and in an optimal way. Two companies that I'd like to point out in 2019 that we were able to recruit to Albuquerque as a result of our additional marketing efforts. Number one is a company named Kairos Power. In 2019, they decided to come to Albuquerque. Kairos is an innovative, clean tech engineering company. They chose Albuquerque as its home for a new engineering center to support their advanced technology. And over the next few years, the company will invest up to $125 million on the campus over at Mesa del Sol to create more than 65 high-paying jobs. And Jabil is another, making a $42 million investment for technology. And so those are just some projects. And just also want to point out, and then I'll finish here. Since 2018, this department has accomplished 10 LEADA projects, resulting in just under 3,000 jobs, and 3 IRBs, resulting in $181,800,000 of investment in land, building, and equipment. And I'll just stand for questions. Thank you so much, Council President, and thank you, Councilor Benton.
Thank you, ma'am. Back to the sponsor. Well, I'm sorry, Councilor Senna has a question.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And this is also, it's not specific for the director, for Director Jaramillo. It's more of the question on the amendment, only because I know that there's a similar amendment specifically discussing the new department down the way. So I'm just curious if someone from admin or even the sponsor possibly, if they would like to chime in, when thinking about getting the source of the funding and putting it as a non-reoccurring fund balance for this new department. I'm just hoping that it creates stability in that. So if someone can actually speak up on that or discuss, or at least address some of my concerns about the stability of the funding.
Councilor Senna, actually, I think Ms. Yara, who's prepared some of those amendments and can talk about how they intersect, is prepared to do that. I'm going to start with Ms. Yara, and of course, if the administration wants to add a short comment, they could do that as well. Ms. Yara.
Thank you, Mr. President and Councilor Senna. So the amendment in front of you would be pulling the $270,000 from non-recurring fund balance. So that means it's not a sure thing for FY22. The council would need to ensure that that amount was still appropriated to the new department going into FY22. So that's the difference between recurring and non-recurring. So the way it stands now for economic development, this would be also, I believe, non-recurring money. So we would need to work this out with the budget office if there was a desire to make it recurring.
Councilor Senna, did that answer your question, or do you want to go to the administration as well? I know they're available to weigh in.
Well, sure, I would love to hear them weigh in. I think Ms. Yara kind of addressed my main concern, but only because this is also relating to another amendment down the road. I'd just love to hear from them now.
I see Mr. Real and others whom I can't see. I'm sure Ms. Nyer's in there in the mayor's conference room.
Council President Davis, yes, I'm camouflaged against this map of Albuquerque. Councilor Senna, in brief, the primary concern with non-recurring funds is, of course, the ability to fund personnel and associated costs. We would always want to use recurring funds for that. That said, we are so close to the end of the fiscal year, and we are so even closer to preparing our FY22 budget that we could easily make use of non-recurring funds in the current year with a clear plan to turn those into recurring funds, working closely with the council as we move towards the next fiscal year. So while ordinarily I would probably make an impassioned plea not to use non-recurring funds in either of these categories, this year I think we're in a special situation where we can make good use of them in the community safety department. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions? Seeing none, Councilor Benton to close floor amendment number 2.
Urge your support.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Amendment 2 passes unanimously.
Councilor Benton, item C would be floor and amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move floor amendment number 3. This is on page 2, line 32, community events increase the amount by 8,000. This is for Casa Barelas, which is a neighborhood serving organization that's been doing a great job. They're on 4th Street. They have an outdoor space that's really been nice during the pandemic, and do a lot of provide a venue for a lot of good cultural programs in the neighborhood.
Thank you, sir. And is there a second? I'll offer one myself. I know there are several supporters. Oh, Councilor Gibson did. Thank you. So we'll take that. Councilor Benton to discuss number 3 or to close.
Urge your support, Councilors.
Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on a 9-0 vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up would be Councilors Pena and Borrego for item D, which would be floor amendment number 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 4 is on page 5, line 21, entitled Neighborhood Policing, decrease the amount in parentheses by $1 million. The explanation for this is that this amendment will require that the 1 million operating contingency appropriated for the new proposed department should be funded from available non-recurring fund balance instead of a reduction to the APD neighborhood policing program strategy. The 1 million would be restored to APD's budget. So again, I just, my whole thing, budget year after budget year, is just really concerned with even the amount of money we spend on community policing. I've always said that it needs to be more dollars as the years progress, because we're, you know, especially now we're turning towards community policing. So I just think that we shouldn't take the money from our community policing program, and the fact that it's probably one of the shining stars within the department. I would hope that we could just keep that whole. So urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Pena, and thank you, Councilor Borrego. I see you offering a second. Councilor Borrego, you're a co-sponsor. I want to give you a chance to explain the bill, and then we'll open it up to questions. And I have a question, but Councilor Borrego, if you want to use the floor as a sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I support our community policing efforts, and I think it's important that we keep their budget intact as much as possible. Did you hear the last part of that? Sorry. And solvent.
Yes, ma'am, we did. Thank you so much. Councilors, we'll open the floor for questions. I don't see any others, so I'll take myself first, and then if there are others to follow. Very briefly, I wanted to ask Mr. Davis in the budget office, I saw you with us earlier, if you could view up. I wanted to ask Mr. Davis if you know roughly how much did APD revert at the end of FY20? I know during early budget conversations, it was roughly 10 million, and there were some encumbrances that were left, but I think there were several million that APD didn't spend last year. Is that right?
President Davis, our current estimation is 3.1 million for APD.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councilors, maybe it's not a question so much as I just want to make the point. I think I want to oppose, in fact, I will oppose this amendment and say the reason that we targeted the $1 million for the new agency, and as a reminder, the new department, new agency, we're funding the transition of coast teams and needle pickup teams, and the funding of a new director, a data analyst, as part of the committee substitute that we've already passed at Cal. But it also included $1 million for future operations for this year. And that was at the request of the administration, who said they think they can hire more people. They need some money to start moving and adding new teams to do the work, and we want to support that. But let us remember that the point of this is to reduce the burden on the police department to take calls that are non-law enforcement related. APD reverted more than $3 million in unspent money last year. They have the funding to do it. And part of this is making the point that we are right-sizing APD's budget to their responsibility and using this as an extra leg. $1 million in a $220 million budget is far less than I would like to be able to reallocate for other services, but I think it's a reasonable start. It's never been expected since I've been at council. APD has never spent all of their budget. We are fully funding additional officers this year, another almost 100 at the mayor's request to get us to 1,100, 50 more FTEs, plus there's a big vacancy to start with. That is an ambitious hiring goal that I fully support and want to fully fund. And this would not come from that. But quite frankly, APD every year, neighborhood policing, by the way, for those who look at the budget, is not just the cops on bikes. It is every field service officer who works not in an investigative or an administrative sort of role. So it's just all the policing that wears a uniform, essentially. It's more nuanced than that, but that's the way it's easiest to look at it. So this is not cutting out of operations. They did not use all this money in the last 5 years that I've been here. I think this is a reasonable piece, and it's important to show the community that we're trying to create this from a police response that is largely not necessary. And so for that reason, I would oppose floor amendment number 4. Councilor Benton, and then I see the administration wants to weigh in, and then we'll try to go back to sponsors to close. Councilor Benton.
Yes, Mr. President, I share those thoughts, and really when we were looking at the budget, and Ms. Yara may want to fact check me on this, but I think this category of community policing is sort of an unfortunate line item to be taking this money from. It doesn't diminish the community policing effort in any way. My understanding of our questions and answers with APD about this source of the funds is that this is where a lot of the reversions do lie, is within this line item. Maybe I'll just see if Ms. Yara could confirm that. But we really we've had a lot of discussions, both Public Safety Committee and in the Committee of the Whole, with regard to the realistic expectation of how many new positions will be filled in this really half of year that we're talking about, a very short period of time. And it's unlikely that we would be needing this money for that purpose. I think we're all committed to this new department. We support it. We applaud the administration for bringing forth the idea of this new department, and we're excited about it, and we need to fully fund it. But Ms. Yara, I think 2 questions. One, am I correct about those positions and the ability to fill them? And then 2, if this were to be pulled out, what would become of that funding in the new department, or where would it come from?
Ms. Yara.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So, just need to realize that we're almost halfway into this fiscal year. If we are funding additional police officer positions, there surely will be some salary savings and specifically this neighborhood policing line. Neighborhood policing is the biggest program strategy that police has. It encompasses most of all the area commands and all of the field staff, and also the PRT teams actually that Councilor Pena is referring to as the community policing piece. So this wouldn't necessarily defund existing staff or programs, but it would just tap into the salary savings that we're expecting through the end of this year. And I forget what the second question was, Councilor.
If this were to pass, what would have to be done if we're going to fully fund the new department as anticipated by the council?
Right. So after this fiscal year, when we get the FY22 budget from the administration, it would be the council's task to make sure that there was enough recurring funding to allocate to the new department in whatever version it proceeds and you'll approve. So at this point, I think, again, we want to tap into the non-recurring fund balance for this year, given our situation. And so just the counselors need to keep in mind as we go forward with the new department that most of the funding in FY22 will need to be recurring.
Thank you.
Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So, thank you.
Any other?
Thank you, Councilor Senna. Then we'll go to the administration in the budget conference room. Councilor Senna.
Thank you. Yeah, just, I mean, pretty much the same concern. I know we were trying to address it before, but just making sure that it's clear that we would have to find the same amount appropriated for next year. Is that correct? In my understanding, and maybe that's why the budget conference room chimed in. Would love to hear what they have to say, but just as a point of clarification.
Sure. Maybe I'll throw that to Lawrence and Renee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Senna, yes, you are correct. We will have to find that amount next year and in future fiscal years. This year would be taken from non-recurring. However, when we go to compile fiscal year 22, we will need to turn that funding into recurring funding, fully funded department. And just for clarification purposes, Mr. President, the $3.1 million for APD has been fully encumbered by the department for the CAD system and the additional funding for the DOJ monitor. I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Councilor Senna, go ahead.
I think that just clarified most of my question. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Davis, I just want to clarify if you can remind me, I believe in FY19, APD reverted about 7.4 million. And then of course, last year, 3.1. I realize those have been re-encumbered for other purposes, but traditionally APD has reverted dollars back to the general fund for other purposes, even if they've been reallocated or re-encumbered. Is that right?
That would be correct, Mr. President. Yes, and typically they encumber them for other initiatives during the fiscal year.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I know that's with council's consent. So councilors, any other discussion? I see none. And so I want to go back to sponsors for Councilor Pena and Borrego to close on their amendment. Councilor Pena, any other close or comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I urge your support.
Thank you. Councilor Borrego. Councilor Borrego declines, and so we are closed. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll for amendment number 4?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
No.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
No.
That passes on a 6-3 vote.
Councilors, we're on to item E, which will be floor amendment number 5. Councilor Senna.
Thank you for that. Was it floor number 5? Floor amendment number 5?
Yes, and it's shared on the screen if you need it.
Oh, thank you. I move floor amendment number 5. You can see the language there. It's pretty similar to what I proposed in the budget CAL meeting. This time it's reduced to $500,000. And rather than really going in the weeds of it, I would like to have the administration discuss this a little bit more and those involved with the tuition reimbursement and education sponsorships through HR.
Thank you, Councilor. And just for the record, I'll offer a second for the clerk to record, and then the administration has been invoked. And so whomever would like to chime in, we give you the floor.
Hello, President Pat Davis and Councilor Senna. Thank you for sponsoring this. So I want to kind of discuss a little bit. I think originally when we were talking about the million and now to the 500,000, we were considering the reimbursement for tuition and training and CIUs that a lot of our social workers put out of their own pocket to pay for. We had an interesting public comment earlier today that was from a social worker who is a student and has actually sought interest in coming to work for the city of Albuquerque, as well as others from our really great schools of social work, NMHU and MSU. And we think that this could potentially be a really great one, right? It's the carrot when we're offering these positions at the city to really help our mental and behavioral health specialists to, one, want to come work at the city because they have a passion for it, but two, to right, to be able to pay for their education and to be able to support their families. And so we think that this is a great way for us to be able to do that. And we have discussed it with our partners at the different universities to discuss what this might look like. Similarly, right, to CYFD, we would potentially say, right, we'll pay for part of your master's or part of your bachelor's, and in return, you would dedicate, 1 to 2 years of your time for the city.
Thanks. Councilor Senna, back to you.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. As was stated, it is this carrot as an incentive. We're really trying to keep those that are interested in this program long-term as well, as an incentive to stay. For staying 2 years with this department, you can have part of your education paid for, which is very similar to what we already do with a lot of our other departments. For example, our police department. So again, I urge your support. We heard from a social worker student earlier as to the importance of it and why people really do it. It's because of passion. So let's create that pathway.
Thanks. Councilor Bassan has a question, and if we have no others, we'll go back to the sponsor to close. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate, Councilor Sen, I appreciate, and I'm grateful that you did not totally let this go and you came back with what I see as a very good compromise. And like I said before, I'm for training and I definitely want to help it. I see this as there's some boundaries to it, and I appreciate that, and I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego.
Thank you. This question is for the administration, and I just wonder how much fund balance they're expecting in the general fund as a result of this budget.
Is that Mr. Davis? Oh, go ahead, Mr. Real or Mr. Davis, either one.
I think I'll defer it to Lawrence Davis to give you the exact number.
Sorry, Sanjay, I couldn't see you there. My apologies. Mr. Davis, you're on the spot again.
So thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Borrego. We began with the estimated amount of 40 million, anticipating a lot of the amendments. We are sitting somewhere now between 35 and 36 million.
Thank you. And Councilor, seeing no other discussion, we'll go back to the sponsor. Councilor Senna to close if you have anything further.
Urge your support.
Ms. Ortega?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Congratulations, Councilor. Next up, Councilors Gibson and Bassan, which would be floor amendment number 6. I'm sorry, I see the budget conference room wanted to maybe make a comment here. Mr. Davis, are you still there? Or Renee?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Chair Davis, we wanted some clarification on the last amendment, whether or not the appropriation was recurring or non-recurring. I don't believe the explanation includes that.
I'm going to defer to Ms. Yara, who I think helped prepare the amendment, unless this Councilor Senna wants to jump in. Ms. Yara?
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I drafted it without designating non-recurring or recurring because I think I wanted the budget office to give us some insight and also let Councilor Senna talk about what her intent is.
And Mr. President, if during these stressful financial times, of course, I would lean towards non-recurring. maybe initial go during this fiscal year and see how much we spend and, see what the need is, and then revisit this next year. But I will defer to Councilor Sena for the intent.
Well, Councilor Sena, if you want to weigh in, but otherwise, I think sounds like Mr. Davis, it's totally up to you, Councilor Sena. I see her nodding, which is Mr. Davis. It's dealer's choice, whatever best suits your purpose there. So we can revisit that, I'm sure, with the sponsor offline if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, Councilors Gibson and Bassan, we are back on you. Item F, floor amendment number 6.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move floor amendment number 6 on your screen there. This amendment appropriates $87,000 from the available fund balance, non-recurring, in the general fund and designates those for the disbursement of a one-time lump sum payment of $100 to city employees earning less than $15 per hour. It is noted that city councilors are excluded from receiving this payment. The amount appropriated includes coverage for payroll taxes and other related deductions. The Department of Finance will determine the appropriate departments to receive the allocations to be adjusted in the future budget cleanup bill as necessary. It's my understanding that due to the taxes and other related deductions, we had to do this for an amendment. If I'm wrong, Ms. Yara, please correct me.
Thank you. And I think Councilor Gibson is going to be the second for that, I presume. Thanks. Thank you. And I see the mayor's conference room wants to weigh in. The mayor's office, you wanted to include city councilors in this, I'm certain.
Yes, Council President Davis, certainly that's up to you all, but there are 2 clarifications that we would find extremely helpful. One is that this would be applicable to full-time employees. We have more than this number of employees just in part-time in some of our summer program departments like Parks and Family Community Services. It would also be extremely helpful, or at least let me have told you all that all of this is subject to negotiation with the bargaining units. And we would need the agreement from the different unions that have employees in this category before we would be able to grant this bonus. So you don't need to reflect that in the language. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so Councilor Gibson, Councilor Bassan, any comment, or do you want to add a technical edit there anywhere?
Councilor Gibson.
I'm sorry. I think we're just taking Ms. Nier's comments here with the clerk and Ms. Yara. I think recommending maybe just a sponsor's amendment technical change here that would clarify full-time. The other part, of course, is sort of advisory, but would the sponsors be open to that, or do you have comment on?
Mr. President, Councilor Gibson, it was my understanding that we agreed to 865 employees, and you said specifically at the last meeting of COW that we were kind of using that as the metric. Is that how many full-time employees, or?
Let me talk to that. Yeah.
Ms. Yara, I think, has some answers here.
Thanks, Mr. President and Councilor Bassan. So like I mentioned at the COW meeting, we based our calculation on the budget office's salary master, and we came up with that number of employees. If Mr. Davis could confirm with me, does that salary master include the list of employees Ms. Nair is talking about, or excludes them? I believe it excludes them. So I just need that clarification from Mr. Davis to answer your question.
Mr. President, I believe it excludes them as well. When you look at the listing, it includes the number of 586 employees that Ms. Yara initially indicated, and we were able to confirm the 586 positions.
So, Mr. President, if I may?
Yes.
I have a question. So you're saying that does exclude part-timers? Okay. All right. That was the tool that we used, and I'm fine with that. If the co-sponsor, Councilor Bassan, is.
Yes, I agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the clerk will make the necessary technical adjustment just to reflect that it's for full-time to match the salary master, and we'll do that and clean up after the fact. So thank you, sponsors, and thank you, Ms. Nair. Councilors, other discussion on amendment number 6. I'm trying to drag this out just a second because I see Councilor Pena has stepped away. So if anybody else wants to talk about what a wonderful idea this is, now would be the time. Well, I think it's great. I think it's a good idea. Councilor Senna, I think, wants to say the same. Councilor Senna.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just also want to acknowledge and thank the sponsors for acknowledging that technically counselors make less than $15 an hour. So thanks for not applying that to us.
And Councilor Pena, thank you. Councilor Pena is back. So thank you for doing that, and seeing no other discussion, we will go back to the sponsors to close, which they sort of already did, but any further comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just, real quick, Councilor Gibson, I thank the staff for catching the city councilor part, but I am grateful that it is there, and I urge your support.
Thank you, and I also will urge support on this. It's not very much money, but it might cover a utility bill. So thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Ms. Ortega, seeing no other discussion, would you please call the vote on floor amendment number?
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Davis. Passes unanimously.
Councilors, we are back on Councilor Gibson, item G, which would be floor amendment number 7.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I won't read the lines as you suggested, but essentially what we're doing is we're moving $100,000 and designating for housing vouchers to be distributed as per the guidance of the Mayor's Task Force on Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault. And so I will, I'll move this amendment for approval.
I think this is an excellent improvement, and I think so does Councilor Bassan, who offers her second, I believe. Councilors, any other discussion on this? Councilor Gibson to close.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President, and I do urge your support. This is a very important thing. Let me just add one other thing before I actually close, and that is the victims of domestic violence found themselves literally trapped during many months of this past shutdown. So $100,000 will go a long way for getting people in safe housing. Thank you. Urge your support.
Well said. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you, councilors. Next up is my amendment, floor amendment. We'll call it floor amendment number 8. And I'm going to queue up our Family Community Services Director to help me with this just a little bit and see if we can work through it. Councilors, this amendment essentially takes the $2 million appropriation for homeless housing vouchers that was appropriated last year in one-time money and puts it essentially on a contingency with the administration. As we will recall, the minute we learned through the budget process that the money we added last year wasn't fully spent in the community. In fact, a good chunk of that one-time money was not. Some of it has all been a majority of it has been encumbered, but very little of it was spent by the contracted organizations. And so Director Pierce has spent a great deal of time. I want to acknowledge and say thank you to her and Myra and Lisa, her staff, Sean in our office, along with others, have really looked at how we can do this in a better, smarter way and to get the money moving more quickly. The administration is proposing a number of options that they're exploring and that I think we'll have in the next couple of weeks. But as Director Pearson and I discussed over the weekend, we're real close, but just not ready to do a full appropriation and line item yet. So This is my option to say that we want to keep that money available in the budget for housing, but to challenge the administration to bring back a plan that the council can appropriate to be sure that money can move more quickly. I think it will continue to include appropriations for the groups that we're currently funding, but may include some appropriations to new groups who have stepped up to answer that challenge. And so, Councilor Bassan, I want to say thank you for your second. I believe that's what that is. And then ask if Director Pierce, I think, is available, and other councilors have questions on floor amendment number 8. I see Director Pierce. I see you there, and then we'll go to Councilor Borrego and Councilor Bassan. I know you've been working really hard on a plan, and I wonder, and I know we talked about not trying to rush a plan through, but get one quickly. And if you have any comments on this idea, that we'll be sure we keep this money available for housing vouchers for the year.
Council President Davis and City Council members. No, we really think this is the right thing and appreciate this amendment and to keep this money in the city budget. We've been working hard to look at what we can do to widen the pipeline, so to speak. Because we do have people on waiting lists. We're looking at both the supply and the demand end, because this does include how we work with apartment owners and some of the barriers that our providers are experiencing there. So over the last week, we've had multiple meetings, both with our organizations that are getting these vouchers out in the community to identify some of the barriers. We've met with the coordinated entry system to see how that system is working. We've met with one apartment owner, the New Mexico Apartment Association, and actually he got back into town today, so I got a response to him as I cited some of the barriers that we're experiencing on the supply side with landlords separating utilities with rental, the rent amount. That poses a barrier for housing vouchers. It also poses a barrier when people are asking for renter's insurance. And so we hope that we can continue to work some of those barriers on the supply side with vendors. But no, I appreciate this amendment. We want a little more time to get the specifics on how many vouchers that we can place with this money and some of the new plans in place. You know, and I always do want to remind us, because there's so much good news, that in last year's budget, we did house about 742 households through our system. And I think we are fine tuning. We're doing some really important work. I'm glad this has been highlighted, but a lot of people have been placed into housing, but we know we can do better, and we appreciate this amendment.
Thank you, Director. And I think that's absolutely right. Let's not forget that while we have an opportunity to do more, it is no small task to have that over 700 people housed on a yearly basis at all levels of support, from very acute issues with high level case management all the way down to folks that are succeeding and are finding jobs and finding their own self-support and will be transitioning out of public assistance soon. So certainly, and I appreciate that. Councilors, I see Councilors Borrego and Bassan have lined up for questions. Councilor Borrego.
I'm going to yield to Councilor Bassan because my dog is barking, so I'll give her a chance to stop.
Okay, Councilor Bassan, and then don't let me forget you, Councilor Borrego. You know, sometimes I get ahead of myself. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Borrego. I just real fast, it was just really disappointing and heartbreaking, right, for us to see that 51 of these vouchers had not been used. And I know that the public wonders why. So I'm really glad that we were able to provide them with an answer. And then I'm also grateful to you, Mr. President, for coming up with something so that we can ensure this doesn't happen again, or, you know, we can just continue to improve upon it, because I think we all agree this is a massive problem here and there's a lot of people in need. So to not be helping them when it's time, I think that's the gut wrencher there. So I'm really grateful for this. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilor Borrego, are you back?
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Councilor Davis. Councilor Davis, I appreciate that you didn't let this fall through the cracks, because I think all of us were concerned at our last meeting when this issue came up. And I appreciate Director Pierce and all of her staff, because I know they have a really very, very difficult job. And, you know,
we're grateful for what you guys do every day. One of the areas that I'm concerned with is people that are on the street and need help immediately. So in your developing your plan, if there's hopefully a portion of those vouchers that are set aside for people that need immediate relief. As I indicated at our last meeting, there was someone who I had recommended to your department who was living in his car. And, you know, I think Councilor Pena brought up a similar situation. So if there's just a little percentage allocated, and I know there's a lot of those out there, but at least we know that they don't have to maybe go through that entire process, because I know that entire process is very time consuming. And, you know, it is a process, but there are some people that need immediate relief. So thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilors, any other discussion? Director Pierce, thanks again for working on this. I know your team has been on it and worked through the holiday weekend to get it started. So thanks so much. And we look forward to hearing back from you in a few weeks. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, it is floor amendment number 8. And I'll ask Ms. Ortega to call the vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena. Councilor Sena. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Jones, you have the honor of having our last amendment. It would be floor amendment number 9.
Isn't life great? This is an amendment to decrease the amount for public libraries, it looks like, but in fact, we're putting the full $400,000 back into it. So this will be an amendment for $400,000 from available fund balance to cultural services to support the information and technology. Money was taken out of this, and it is essential that we have this. So I urge your support.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Bassan, you're offering a second. I appreciate that. Councilor, is there any discussion on this item? Councilor Jones to close.
Thank you. Urge your support.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilor Benton, we are back on your bill as 9 times amended. Or, no, 8 times amended.
And a few times before that.
Many times, sir. Go ahead.
But, and thanks, councilors, for thoughtful amendments. I appreciate them. And just want to thank you collectively as colleagues for this work. We do have one more budget bill to pass for the objectives, but I think I'll take this opportunity to thank our fiscal staff, Steph Yara, and Jesse Muniz and Joseph Grego, who worked on this amongst other of our council staff members, and then the cooperation of the administration and the department, fiscal people. So I think it's a good budget. It's mostly, you know, largely what the mayor proposed, and I think he proposed a good budget. We've tweaked that somewhat, but I think we're all going in the same direction. So that's a good thing. So I urge your support.
Thank you, councilors. Before we do, Ms. Yara had asked for the opportunity to take a privilege to address the council. We always do that when Ms. Yara wants something, because we all listen when she speaks to us. So, Ms. Yara.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also just wanted to take some time to thank everybody who was involved in this process this year. It was certainly a unprecedented budget year for us. This has never happened before. I especially want to thank 2 newcomers to our process, and they're in actually very key positions. Mr. Lawrence Davis, our new budget officer. This was his first budget. as well as Jesse Muniz, my budget manager here. I also want to thank all of OMB staff, and that includes Christine Berner, our city economist, all of the budget analysts up in Mr. Davis's office, Jane Aranda, Linda Cutler-Padilla, Jennifer Broca, Kevin Noel, Emma Romero, Michael King, and then also from my side, our staff are of policy analysts who do double duty during the budget. Tom Menicucci, Nicole Taylor, Joseph Grego, Shanna Schultz, Jeff Hertz, and Julian Moya, and of course, our budget chair, Mr. Benton. It's always a pleasure to do this under your guidance. Thank you.
Thanks, councilors. We do have one other budget bill, which will be our objectives bill, and we'll have, I know other councilors want to comment after we finish that, but Councilor Benton, I think you closed, and that was a pretty good one for Ms. Yara as well. So we'll just ask the clerk to call the roll on R98.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
Counselor Gibson?
Yes.
Counselor Harris? Counselor Harris? We'll come back to him. Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Harris? Counselor Harris?
Madam Clerk, will you mark him excused, please?
Thank you. Will do.
Councilor Benton, one more bill, R99. Would you carry us through, please, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. R99 is establishing our one-year objectives for the city of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2021 to meet 5-year goals. I move it do pass.
Thank you. And Councilor Sen is offering a second. Councilor Benton for the bill.
Thank you. And Mr. President, these are essentially, if we really get down to it, objectives for a half a year, as was mentioned by Ms. Yara, that this has been an unusual year, but it is. These are important. These objectives are very important, as we were talking about earlier, with regard to how we move forward in various departments and in various goals of the city. So I guess we'll move on to amendments, and sure I've got the right ones. This is on the.
Yes, sir. And Councilor Benton, same as always, same as last time. Mr. Moy is sharing those, and
okay, very good. All right, so you can direct the traffic here, Mr. President.
Councilor Jones, as requested, floor amendment number 1.
Thank you. This is an amendment to strike the term planning and replace with human resources. This amendment changes the departments assigned to the city planner wage study priority objective, as the work requested fits better with the purview of the human resources department instead of planning, just to clean up to make it look better. I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. We have a second from Councilor Bassan. Is there any further discussion on floor amendment number 1? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the vote.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
Counselor Borrego?
Yes.
Counselor Gibson? Counselor Gibson?
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Sena?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Pena, floor amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Floor amendment number 2 is on page 5 after line 29. Insert the following objective 4. Develop a planning document to create a program that formalizes the use of the Sunport's landslide areas, both indoors and outdoors. It says doors, but I think it should say outdoors, to utilize the facility's status as the premier entrance to the city and the iconic design of the Sunport terminal as a venue to display the art, culture, and human and physical attributes of the city and community initiatives underway in the city. The plan could include an inventory of required capital improvements to best utilize utilize the facility for this purpose, submit a status report and preliminary planning document to the City Council by the end of the fourth quarter FY 2021, and this will be in the Aviation Department. The explanation for this is that this amendment adds a priority budget objective for the community and cultural engagement goal, directing the Aviation Department to utilize the Sunport's status as a premier entrance into the city and the iconic design of the terminal as a venue to display art, culture, economic and human and physical attributes of the city. And I won't read the rest of the explanation, but I think speaks for itself.
Thank you, Councilor Pena, and Ms. Ortega will make the correction, the technical correction on the misspelling in the original text. So, councilors, any discussion? Councilor Sinaha for the second. Councilors, any discussion on floor amendment number 2? Councilor, I think Bassan, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I rarely go to the airport, well, especially now, but even before. And every time I go, that lowrider exhibit is just really cool. So thank you, because I think it's really fun to see some of that culture and see some of a new way of thinking with art. So I'm really excited about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, appreciate the intent here. I certainly, I guess I do use the airport quite often, and I love it. I love the clickety clack of the bricks when I get back to Albuquerque. but also just historically, the airport has been a wonderful venue for arts and culture of the city. So this seems like this would enhance it. I just wanted to hear from Director Allen and see how she sees this, and she have the capacity to take on this this analysis and so forth.
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, thank you very much for asking that question. We are excited about this objective. It's been a goal of mine to do exactly what this objective asks, actually. And so Councilor Pena mentioned that the lowrider exhibit and Councilor Bassan, that was really popular. And so just very excited to do more of this and to showcase all of the incredible things that our city and state has to offer. And I think the airport being the front door is the perfect place to highlight those. So I appreciate the opportunity to continue to focus on that objective and to move forward in the next coming years. Thank you.
Director, let me add my thanks and say thanks. I think we all appreciate that. I just want to remind the council that one of our biggest collaborators at the airport has been the group that We Are the City group. That's been a real collaborator for bringing some of these unique younger artists to the forefront there. And it was a grant from this city council maybe 3 budgets ago that got that organization started with a few local artists who wanted to partner with, take local art and local artists out of town and start profiling them in big cities. The city council funded that, and out of that grew this artist collective that's really been doing some amazing work to promote local to people all around the country and the world for Albuquerque. And so it was a great use of this council's discretionary funds, and I appreciate your support for that. And thank you for bringing this, Councilor Pena. Any other discussion, ma'am? You're closed.
Thank you. I too want to thank Director Allen. I was actually going to ask her to speak when you took it back to me, but I'm glad you did that, Councilor Benton. You know, I just want to appreciate her thoughtfulness in terms of, you know, just really talking about our history and our culture. I know some of the conversations that were had early on was that, you know, lots of times some of the reasons people come to see lots of our art and our history, it's just not necessarily highlighted. And for it to be in one of our gateways into the city, which is the main gateway, and that's the airport, it's wonderful. The unfortunate thing is everyone knows that I have a fear of flying. So I have yet to be at the airport to go and see the display, but lots of my lowrider friends really, really send me pictures, and they really, really appreciate it. You know, the fact that they can put their cars there, I think it's for like 6 months or something like that, but they really, really take pride in it. And they just love how we're highlighting part of our deep history and culture. So thank you, Director Allen, and all your staff and the committee members. So I urge your support.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Finally, Councilor Borrego, floor amendment number 3. I'm sorry, Councilor Harris, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I had having problems with my computer and I missed the vote on the budget. I'm wondering, Ms. Ortega, is there any way to correct that without doing a bunch of rigmarole?
Councilor Harris, we would, after we conclude this bill, you could make a motion to reconsider the vote. We'd have to vote on the motion to reconsider, and then we could re-vote on the budget bill if you so choose.
So that's the only way to do it?
Yes, after talking to Ms. Ortega, that's the only way in the rules. We have to do that, which would be fine.
Let me consider it if I need to do that. I think I'll just let the record reflect that I was having technical difficulties and I couldn't get it done. Okay, I'll let it go. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. And so noted. Thank you. We'll do that. Councilor Borrego, floor amendment number 3 on R99.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. What I'm doing here is, if you remember when we talked at our budget meeting, our CAL meeting, we talked about this particular budget objective. And I'm just adding in a representative from Bernalillo County and a representative from the state of New Mexico, because this is the objective to help with our new department that basically helps work with the homeless and the mentally ill and behavioral health. And I think it's important because there are, there are these encampments that we talked about. And I think it's important that we do as much coordination as possible, because there are other resources that we can coordinate with. And this is really just as an advisory role. They're not actually, they would serve on the committee as an advisors. So I would urge your support.
Councilor Benton supports you and he's offering you a second. Any discussion from other councilors? Going once, going twice. Councilor Borrego, any other comment?
Just urge your support.
Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena, Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Benton, we are back on your bill as 3 times amended, R99.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I think this is a really good set of objectives. And again, thank everyone here, my colleagues and the staff who helped us with these. And I don't know if anyone else would like to speak, but otherwise I'll close and urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Benton, and there may be a few others. I just want to add my appreciation, particularly to you, for managing this. This has been the strangest budget year I think anybody can remember, long before I was here and long before the old timers were here. I don't think we've ever had a budget that lasted 6 months. I don't think we've ever had a budget that changed every 6 minutes. But somehow or another, we've managed to get that far without all killing each other, and with, quite frankly, we have held our employees harmless. Unfortunately, we weren't able to give raises to our city employees, which was really our intent before the pandemic, when the economy was really doing so much better. But I think it's pretty remarkable that from the finance office and the budget office down to the council staff and others, and to you, Mr. Chair, and others, we made it a priority to protect our employees. And quite frankly, we've done that so far. We've even held them harmless from the increases in medical premium payments on their side by those one-time payments, and finding a creative way to get to that. So we certainly didn't get to do all the fun, cool things that we'd love to do in a great budget year. But so far, our city is on a better track than most, sadly, in New Mexico, and arguably maybe better than the state at the moment. And so as this thing continues, I just want to say, I think we've done a good job. I expect we're going to be back here again and like this for a little while. And so I think some of the lessons we've learned here about how to do this are going to stick with us and be useful later. But congratulations, Mr. Chair. You've done a great job. As Mr. Yara said, I think I've done 2 budgets under you now, and I really do appreciate it. It does make it collaborative. And I think everybody comes away with a sense that that our needs were met. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Councilor Borrego.
Thank you, Mr. President and fellow councilors, and to the administration for all of us working cooperatively. I speak to you tonight, not only as a city councilor, but as a public administrator. And, you know, I kind of joke around as we're the COVID counselors, and I don't think a lot of counselors have ever been in that position before. You know, typically our budget would have been adopted about 5 months ago. And here we are adopting the budget from last year, you know, 5 months late. But it's been an effective and an efficient process. And I think, you know, even though sometimes we don't all agree on everything, you know, we've agreed to disagree, and we've learned to compromise and work to compromise. And we have had just an amazing staff, and the administration staff, everybody that has really worked together to pull together. And I think that's a reflection of our city. You know, and I'm right now I'm speaking to our population, because it's not been easy. And all of us have had this sort of weight on our backs of, you know, worrying about having the budget delayed. And Councilor Benton, thank you for your leadership in this. You know, I'm grateful, because I know that tonight I'm going to go to sleep and I'm not going to be worrying about, oh gosh, we have to work on those amendments and we have to get that budget done. And, you know, but we're already into our next budget cycle. And I think that's important to inform the public that we've already started the next budget cycle. And, you know, hopefully this COVID will go away, and, you know, we'll have a cure for it, and we can eventually sleep a little more soundly and just deal with day-to-day problems without COVID in the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, any other comments before we move to a close on R99? Councilor Benton to close.
Urge your support, councilors.
Thanks. Seeing no other discussion, Ms. Ortega, would you please call the vote on R99?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously as amended.
Councilors, we managed to do the budget, and all things considered, a relatively short amount of time tonight. So congratulations. Thanks to all the work we did ahead of time. We have 2 weeks, and we'll be right back at it again. So we'll see you in a few weeks, and including, I think, a couple of committee meetings next week or so. But thank you all. Thanks for all the great work, and we'll see you again. There being no other business, this meeting is adjourned.